Welcome back, everybody, to Elden Ring lore playthrough, where we drip feed you the lore, and then once all the lore has been acquired, I will go over it and make sure that you can understand everything that we have learned over time. The last thing we did when we left off was talk with White Mask Vare here. He gave us some of these festering bloody fingers and said, "Go have fun, you crazy kid, do a crime." And so I went off camera and did 3 crimes, by which I mean I invaded 2 worlds, tried to fight, got completely bodied by a group of people, and then the third one, just to make sure it worked, to test it, to confirm, I just invaded, used the finger severer, and left instantly, and that's it. So if you really just want to get this quest done as fast as possible, use Bloody Finger, Finger Severer, 3 times, get it done nice and quick. Let me tell you, when it comes to invading other people, 9 times out of 10 in Elden Ring, I do believe you're going to be outnumbered and get your ass kicked. And honestly, if you do find someone by themselves, they're probably just waiting for people to invade them for a one-on-one, and they're probably really good. So you'll probably still get your ass kicked. So either way, when it comes to invading people in Elden Ring, you're going to more often than not just be outnumbered. So good luck. If you want to invade others, I wish you the best. Now that I have done that, we can advance Vare's quest, and let's give him a chat.
Oh, Lambkin, so pleased you're here. I'm glad that you're enjoying my gift. I knew it from the very start. You have a taste for noble blood. I wish to anoint you a proper inductee. A knight to serve Luminary Moog, the Lord of Blood, and establish a new dynasty. Luminary Moog has strength, vision, and of course, love. So, what do you say, my lambkin?
Do it!
Yes. Who would have it any other way? Now, take this.
The Lord of Blood's favor.
For your final trial. Soak the cloth with a maiden's blood. Normally, this ritual would involve killing one's own maiden and recanting the wisdom of the 2 fingers. But since you are maidenless, the blood of anyone's maiden will do.
Let's take a quick peek at that item he done gave us. A pure white oath cloth given by Vare. The final trial to be anointed a Knight of Moog, Lord of Blood. Soak the cloth with a maiden's blood. The blood of anyone's maiden will do. You are maidenless after all. So, we now know who the Lord of Blood is. It's Moog, one of Marika's children. Marika and Godfrey's children, to be specific, since she had children with Radagon as well. Anyway, Moog has apparently renounced the Golden Order, decided to become the Lord of Blood, and wishes to raise his own dynasty. His own dynasty. And, as Vare said, the usual final trial to prove yourself loyal to this is to prove that you have recanted the teachings of the 2 fingers by killing your own maiden, who is supposed to essentially be an envoy of the 2 fingers themselves, and supposed to be proof that you are loyal to that particular creed. Now, we don't have a maiden, so we have to use anyone's maiden. Here's the thing. You have actually a couple of options when it comes to how to do this. You can find already dead maidens in a couple of different spots. If I were to open the map here, I will tell you right now that there is a village right here that has a dead maiden at it, right to the north of this Erd tree. That's probably the closest by place you can go that already has a dead one. You can also if you have not done Irina's quest yet, go all the way down here, and you can kill Irina, who isn't actually a maiden on a voyage for the Two Fingers. She is not a finger maiden in any way, shape, or form. But, like I said before, I believe at one point Irina and Hayeta were the exact same person, considering they used the same face model, and they were both born with poor eyesight from a young age, yada yada. And they changed things up later in development. But you can... The thing that helps to go with that theory is that you can also find wherever Hayeta is, and you can kill her. She is currently right over here, and then you can use her corpse as a way to soak blood. Or we can go to the fourth and final place, which is where I'm going to go, which the entryway is to our west. So we're going to head to a new location to get this quest done. Oh, wait, one sec. I didn't actually mean to pull that out. I want to talk to Vare again.
The cloth is your final trial. Soak it with the blood of a maiden. The blood of anyone's maiden will do. You are maidenless, after all.
You can't kill Melina? No, you cannot kill Melina. Honestly, if the option was, hey, kill Melina and stop being able to level up, people would be upset. That being said, maybe there's something that Moog does or can do in order to bless you so that you can use runes to make yourself more powerful without needing a finger mate. Hard to say.
The cloth, the blood of anyone.
Alright, he's just going to continue saying that. Steak of America. Steak of America, yummy. Alright, so we shall be going... Wait, east is the wrong direction. We shall be going to the west... and then the north. Because... oh, you little bastards. Stop it. Quit it. Don't bully me. Blood Flame Blade. Yay. Stop doing that, dummy. Fat fingering. Okay. Sorry about that. We got bonked a couple times by the Albinorix. I'm safe in this gazebo. Let's take a look at that Blood Flame Blade that we got. And it's actually nice that we get it where we do. A Blood Oath incantation granted by the Lord of Blood. Makes sense we would find that near where Vare likes to hang out. Engulfs your armament held in the right hand with Blood Flame. This incantation can cast while in motion. After dealing damage, the Blood Flame continues to build up an onset of blood loss for a very short time. So, Blood Flame is like a combination of bleed and fire damage. It does a little bit of extra damage, and it builds up bleed. It doesn't build up bleed as fast as just bleed, so it's not as good if you're just going for blood. But if you want a little bonus damage on top of stuff, on top of the bleed buildup, then this is pretty helpful. Now, we might make a small stop here and there to pick up some stuff on the way to where I'm going, but where I'm going will have a maiden for us, an already deceased maiden for us to soak our cloth in. Leave me alone, please. I have the same outfit as you guys. I'm one of you. Okay, fine. Well, that's the thing, is you're not giving the runes to the Erd Tree. The runes are being interpreted for you by a messenger of the Erd Tree and then basically placed into your body as a power source. They are runes of power. They are words of power, after all, right? Okay, where am I? I have to go a fair bit further north, I believe. Yeah. Oh, there they are. Now I can see them. Hey, my horse. Well, my steed. Oh, hey, there's some dead guys over there. Wonder why there's a bunch of dead guys over there. Edgar, the Revenger. Hey, remember Edgar? Liurnia's dad? Who let his daughter die like a dick? From Castle Morn? He seems to put a little bit of that blame on us. For some reason. Whoop. And look what he gives us. A Shabriri Grape. The Banished Knight's Halberd +8. Raw meat dumplings. And we're good. And these. Raw meat dumplings. Delicious dumplings. Yummy, yummy. In my tummy. Let's check that halberd we just got. Banished Knight's Halberd +8. A finely crafted halberd intricately engraved with an ancient motif. Given to knights who, whether by misfortune or misdeed, were forced to abandon their homes. Most of these knights were sent to the fringes where they were forced to start anew, with only despair for company. It's actually very easy to wield, too. Very low requirements. See, it's got a nice ornate design on it, but it has the motif of roots, vines, whatever you want to call it. The exact same thing that you see with the Erd Tree all over. Maybe the reason that he was at Castle Morn is because he was banished at some point in time from a more prestigious position. As, say, a Knight of Lendel, or even just a low-rank soldier of Lendel. Nice of him to give us a Shabriri Grape. I needed one of those for his totally not daughter, Hyetta, anyway. I personally think that Hyetta is a really good example of, how the development of a game can change over time. Since she went from being a part of the Liurnia quest and being actually Liurnia. By the way, that's the end of that quest. It's just finishing him off and being done. I believe the reason that he gives a Shabriri Grape is because he was part of that quest at one point in time as well. Anyway, it's a good example of just game design changing over time, storyline changing over time, that kind of stuff. Giant spirits, and they're headless. You know why? I'm sorry, troll spirits. And they're headless because they are supposed to be part of the contingent that is protectorates of the dead lord. What's his face? Prince of Death. Let's see. Here we go. The Crumbling Lands. That's not where we want to go. Oh, God, leave me alone. Sir? 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 Help! I'm being accosted. Can you leave now, sir? Okay, fine. So, by the way, chat, this is a location called the Four Belfries. Very useful in speedruns because they will teleport you to other far-off locations that are greatly removed from others. But if you try to teleport to other specific locations in the middle of teleporting to another one, it will wrong warp you somewhere else. So speedruns make use of this to wrong warp themselves. Here we have a nice imbued sword key, which is different from a stone sword key. Stone key shaped like a sword breaks the seal on the imp statues guarding the sending gates enshrined in each belfry, but remains embedded in the statue afterwards, meaning it can only be used once as an item. So the Crumbling Lands is not one place we want to go to. Night Sky Unceasing, not the place we want to go to either. Hey, what's that? Oh, just the shine of the ocean. Which means this has gotta be the one. Precipice of Anticipation. That's the one. And that'll activate this warp gate, which lets us travel to the location. And this will take us. So this isn't going to take us to nearly as cool a place as the other two places can be. But it will take us to a useful place, because there is a maiden's blood that we can grab here. We're at the Chapel of Anticipation. And it's called as such because this is a place we've been to before. Do you recognize it? See it on the map? Hey, look at this! In case you don't know, this is the beginning of the game. Isn't that lovely? Isn't that lovely? Oh, by the way, also, there's a trap here. Whee! You're not supposed to walk back there. It's a funny trick. For anyone that likes to look around and stare at stuff and be like, oh, what's this? What's that? That's a really good way to just murder their ass. Trust me, my first time going there, I fell right off there and went like, oh, come on. It's just a quick little joke. Nascent butterflies. That's a new type of item for us. An arcane butterfly with translucent wings, material used for crafting items, exceedingly rare to find. The butterfly appears as if it has just emerged from its cocoon for its entire life. So there you go, here's the grafted scion from the very beginning of the game. Oh lord, he coming. He spin. Ow. Come on. Uh-huh. And one more swing. Ah, I went too soon. Big thrust or big spin? Big spin. Alright, one more hit. Honk. So, your rewards for beating the Grafted Scion at the very beginning of the game are the Ornamental Straight Sword and the Golden Beast Crest Shield. We'll take a quick peek at those. Golden Beast Crest Shield. Shield of dull gold with a beast engraved as its crest. Lighter than most great shields and subsequently easier to wield. The beast depicted is Sarash, aged counselor who guides the golden lineage. Sarash is the lion that we have seen on the shoulder of Godfrey in all the portraits we've seen of him. And the Ornamental Straight Sword. A slender straight sword patterned after an antique ornament. Superior swordsmen prefer to wield one in each hand. After falling from grace, the dregs of the golden lineage sought power and purpose in the past. Unique skill, Golden Tampering. Cross the two swords to grant their attacks holy essence. While in effect, strong attacks perform a dual-wielding combo attack. And it is a dual-wielding weapon. But it's not particularly great. Like I said at the very beginning of our playthrough, it's okay. And as you can see, the only thing that it led to, if you were to complete that fight at the very beginning of the game, is that little precipice that crumbles under your feet and kills you. It's a cute little joke. But I do believe if we come on back here, there will be something for us way back at where we began the game. I do think it's really neat that the Chapel of Anticipation is just right here, right next to Stormvale Castle. Oh, well, look what we have here. Remember this message? Remember this corpse? Why, that is a finger maiden. Let's go ahead and dye our cloth with the maiden's blood for the Lord of Blood's favor. Fully reddened oath cloth dyed in the maiden's blood. The final trial is complete. Luminary Moog is sure to welcome you into his service as a knight who will lay the foundations for his dynasty. And you can see it has a crest or perhaps a rune of Moog's own in the very center of it. That is only truly visible once it has been dyed red. Now then, there should be something else here, isn't there? I could have sworn there's another thing to grab here. Aha, yeah, this way. The door is shut before we can get here. The very first time we come here, we get the Stormhawk King key item. Ashes of a hawk revered by all others as sovereign back in the days when Stormvale's wind still raged like no others. This ancient monarch is proud, however, refusing to answer anyone's summons. So we found the ashes of the big, strong hawk. And Stormhawk Dean, which is an ash that we can use. Ashen remains of the spirit of a fierce hawk that faithfully rendered lifelong services to the old king of Stormvale long ago, when the true storm raged. Its cries embolden its fellows in battle, and the tempestuous winds that encircle it shreds through foes. So, these are the big Stormhawk King ashes that we got is essentially saying that that's the source of, or something that was strong enough to make use of, the wild winds of Stormvale that never cease. As for what it can be used, well, we'll find that out eventually. In the meantime, we're done here. Let us go turn in our blood-soaked cloth. And prove ourselves totally loyal and absolutely not doing this for our own gains or anything to Mohg, the Lord of Blood. I'm sorry, Luminary Mohg.
Ah, my lambkin. You've completed your final trial. And with this, you are a formal inductee.
Yay!
A knight who will assist Luminary Mohg, the Lord of Blood, in the establishment of a new dynasty. Now, give me your finger. This noble blood will be an immutable badge of honor once it settles inside of you.
Hooray! I gotta say, this guy sounds so much like, Peter Stormare. If I've got the name right. I think that's who I'm thinking. Alright, well, we gotta offer our finger up. Man, what is with you guys and fingers? Honestly. Okay. Take my dainty clothed finger.
Oh, good heavens. Clench your teeth or something.
Owie. My fingy. Ow.
Never forget that feeling of agony, for it is what binds you to Luminary Mohg, to all of us. You have the sweetest scream, my lambkin.
Well, let's take a quick peek at that item. And kiss our finger better. We have boo-boos. Bloody Finger, item for online play. Attempts an invasion of another player's world. It is an infinite festering Bloody Finger. You can use this forever. Glistening blood has been siphoned into the nail of this finger. Its sickly, pale skin feels nothing now, but the nail still aches with the sweetest of pain. So yeah, he injected blood under our fingernail, and that hurt. Owie.
Oh, another thing. You should have this.
Pure Blood Knight's Medal.
A medal granted by the new Mohgwyn dynasty, with the power to grant audience with Luminary Mohg. I've gone out of my way to provide one to you, but you mustn't use it just yet. The meeting must wait until the Mohgwyn dynasty commences. Luminary Mohg yet slumbers beside the divinity. We must endure a little longer.
Let's take a look at that item now. That is, down here somewhere. There we go. Proof that one is a glorious knight of the new dynasty of Mohgwyn that the Lord of Blood will inaugurate. Used to be granted audience with Mohg. Only it is not yet time. For Mohg yet slumbers beside the divinity. Be patient. The new dynasty is nigh. You can see that their coat of arms is a trident. And the coloring of this is this rusty blood-stained color, which makes sense when he is the Lord of Blood. There's a crown on the top of it. There are horns on it, which makes sense because Mohg is an omen, just like his brother Morgott. Margit? No, right, Margit was the name he used. Sorry. And then you have those lovely flowing capes, which we've seen once or twice. Does he rise out of this blood again? Yeah. In this design. These black capes with the red scarf, the gold Oh god, what's the word I'm looking for that? Anyway, this is, as you can see, part of the motif of Mohg's stuff, and that's because this is what Mohg wears. That's what his outfit looks like.
Ah, it is trying, but we must be patient. One day you will be elevated, deservedly, basking in love. Right, my lambkin?
Yes, exactly.
Ah, it is trying. One day, right, my lamb?
So, according to what he says, and according to what the emblem says, or the medal, I'm sorry, Mohg yet slumbers beside the divinity. Be patient. So as far as we know, Mohg ain't doing shit. He's sleeping. He's napping on the job. But he does still have loyal people. So, I guess he's doing something right. Anyway, let's use it. And we are now at Mohgwyn Palace. And if you look, we are apparently somewhere around Caelid, but the map is completely dark. I was waiting for the map to fill in. But guess what? Ghost Glovewort 9? 9? Which we've looked at Ghost Glovewort before, but... sorry. Strengthens Renowned Ashes to +9. That's high. +9 is high. We've also got over here a map. Which means we can take a peek. The Mohgwyn Palace. As you can see, it is somewhere in the vicinity of Caelid, but still not in Caelid. Completely cut off from everything else. Here's the Mohgwyn Dynasty Mausoleum. And then we've got other stuff. It's like a little island of its own. Now then, before we move around, you should be close to a, brace that I'd like to activate. It should be right up here, I think. Yep, right here. Perfect. The Dynasty Mausoleum entrance. But that's not the direction I want to go. Because going that direction does lead you to Mohg. But, we're not... It's not yet time, chat. We're not ready. We are not prepared to speak with Mohg. If I can get a good view of that statue without getting killed. Well, it's a little busted. Headless. It was certainly at one point in time a bearded man gripping onto a tablet, and it seems that he has some roots coming out from under his flowing cloaks. A nascent butterfly again. Okay, the time has come to run. We want to be very careful. Oh, a rune arc. Nice. So all the enemies here are very dangerous and high level compared to us. Smithing Stone 7. Like, this is a late game area. No, no, no. No, no, no. We are going to just try to avoid the enemies as best we can and make our way to another... Oh, no, 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 no. These are Albinorics stained by blood, so they're red. So you can see a normal Albinoric over here. There we go. Alright, chat, and welcome to the best level farming spot in the whole game, whether you are high level or low level. If you're high level and you've got big AoE spells and stuff, you see all these guys? You see them? All you need to do is kill these guys, which as you can tell are pretty tough. Whoops. Whee! Sploosh. And each one gives you about 3k. Oh my god. That was a loud explosion in my ears. Anyway, even the Albinorics that are sitting there not fighting back give you about 3k experience, or 3k runes, I should say. Okay, 2k. Fine. Make me a liar. But the more important thing you can do is if you've got yourself a bow. And you see that bird over there. Oh, come on. Come on, walk off, little guy. I don't think they ever fixed this. I'm hoping they never fixed this. Come on, you little bastard. Oh, come on, he almost ran off. So, this bird can run itself right off that cliff unless they fix it. I actually never checked if they fixed it. And then it just takes you a couple arrows and a little bit of patience to wait for it to get in the right spot where you can hit it. And then you... This thing's worth like 50k base, I think.
The shadow of the...
Oof. Come on, friend. I need you to, like, run off the edge for me. Oh, there he goes. Yay! Okay, well, 11k. I guess I don't have like a bunch of boosting stuff equipped for big extras. And he didn't have glowing eyes. But you do that, you sit down, you get up, and there's a new bird for you to bully. And there he goes. And look, another 11k. And hey, is that a little too slow for you? Well, if you got a gold pickled fowl foot, go ahead and munch on that. Yummy chicken feet. And extra. Nice and quick. rather consistent. It only takes like 1, maybe 2 arrows if you're a bad shot like me. As long as the gold pickled foulfoot is active, you get a 50% boost. And anytime you get lucky, sometimes the bird will have glowing eyes. Thus, it will be worth a lot more runes because it's going to be tougher. And look at this. We've already got ourselves nearly 100k. This has only taken a moment. Can we hit through that? I gotta know. Wow. That opening in the tree's fake? I guess it is. Damn. Well, what can you do? Whee! So this is, if you need some levels in the early game especially, the absolute best place for you to farm. In the late game, it's also like the best place for you to get experience. Because in the later game, you can just cast a big, strong AoE attack that kills all these guys over here instantly. And you can even do this, like, right before you do it. I'm just gonna do this until I'm out of arrows or gold pickled foulfoot time. I don't want to waste it, you know? It'd be wasteful if I didn't do this. And I already told you guys, I was going to make sure that we are big and strong for this playthrough. And the whole reason behind wanting to be big and strong for this playthrough is just so that I can wield any weapon, item, spell, etc. on the playthrough, and we can show it off a little bit. And just look how quick and simple this is. It's cheap, too. Just costs you like an arrow. Arrow in a tiny bit of time. I guarantee this is faster than normally farming just about anything else. And that was the last of the gold pickled foulfoot time. So, let's level ourselves up. We came across a windfall of runes all of a sudden. Crazy how that happened out of nowhere. Where'd we find all these runes from? And if you need to craft arrows or anything, they're generally pretty easy. Just some thin beast bones here and there. Bolts. Or you can buy arrows from merchants. Now, I'll go over the lore of this place in the future, because right now our ability to actually go through this place and clear it is kind of low. Technically, definitely it's possible. If you want to go through this whole place and beat up Moog and finish him off, finish the Vare quest and everything like that, it's doable. You can do it, even at this lower level, lower strength time. But, you know, I would suggest just saving it for later, which is what we're going to do. But, the other way to get to that place will be shown off much later in the game, because the other way to get to that place is available much later in the game. Because at the end of the day, Mohgwyn Palace is a very late game area. The enemies are quite scary. The upgrade material is all very good. Hi there, jellyfish friends. I see that you're angry and killed these guys. Why would you do that? Oops. Ow. I didn't pick up the stuff. Okay, fine. They must be taught a lesson. Don't bleed on me. By the way, neat thing with the jellyfish, you can tell when they're going to do a physical attack to you because they get darker in the spots that are going to attack you. Jellyfish shield. The head of a spirit jellyfish, commonly found floating about sacred ground throughout the lands between, wielded without modification as a shield. The see-through head is extremely light, but its flesh is supple, providing absolutely no protection from piercing attacks. Unique skill, Contagious Fury. Incite the jellyfish's wrath and allow its fury to flow through you, raising your attack power for a certain duration. This is a pretty good shield. It has 100% physical damage negation, and it has that ability to buff your attack on its skill use. It's also why those jellyfish were pissed off enough to kill this merchant, because he's carrying around a decapitated jellyfish head as a shield. So, you know, he kind of brought that on himself. Get wrecked, idiot. Ow. Aha. Dodged him. Oh, hey, we got another stagecoach. No doubt holding on to some sort of treasure. Stop. Excuse me, gentlemen. I'm just gonna grab this Carian Knight's sword. Alright, bye! We'll take a look at that Carian Knight's sword when we're not being attacked. Alright, I'd say we're not being attacked. There we go. Street sword embedded with a blue glint stone. Weapons of knights sworn to Carian royalty. These knights' swords could serve as catalysts, letting them wield sorcerous battle skills. Despite numbering fewer than 20, this power made them a match for even the champions of gold in battle. Skill, Carian grandeur. Carian royal prestige embodied in a skill. Transform your blade into a magical greatsword and swing it down. Can be charged to increase its power by up to 2 levels. So this is an int scaling sword. Makes sense considering the Carian royal family is a sorcerer family, and the knights sworn to protect them would be sorcerers themselves as well. I like how it says they number fewer than 20, but were a match for the grace of gold, which says a lot about the power of sorceries when wielded in the right hands. Okay, the whole reason we came up here is to A, activate this, and B, grab the map over here. On the map. To Liurnia West. Actually, it's a key item. The majority of Liurnia, known for its vast forests and ever-present fog, is sinking into a lake. The western coast has always been closely associated with Carian royalty. And the reason behind that is right up here, is where the Carian royalty would reside. Hence why the western coast of Liurnia is associated with the Carian royalty. But we'll get into that later. In the meantime, we have some business over here in the east. But I wanted the map while I was there. Hey, look. Another one of them there giants. Hi there. Oof. It was that one. I thought he was doing the big slam. Chop your ankles down. Sir, I've seen that attack before. Show me something new. Oh, a death animation. That's new out of you. Thanks. Alright, what was he standing guard of, do you think? He was standing guard of this, the Einzel River Well. But we're not going down there. I'm just gonna tease it a little bit. Just gonna tease you a little bit there, chat. Especially for the people that know exactly what's down there, and they're like, oh, are we gonna see the cool thing yet? Nope, no cool thing for you. Not yet. Fair. After all, I've got business elsewhere. Got more important business to deal with first. Hi, dead guy. Thanks for the stone sword key. Oh, wait, do I have to go up there to go where I'm going? Oh, no. Shoot. Yeah, it's up there. My bad. Sorry, guys. Went the wrong way. By the way, really nice of Liurnia's father to drop us this halberd. This +8 halberd. It's pretty nice. It's not a bad weapon at all. How many levels did we gain? We gained like 10 levels from that last set of, from that little bit of farming I did. That being said, I'm gonna need to be at level like 400 or 500 to have the stats to cast everything and wield every weapon. So we're gonna... Off camera, I'm going to be killing a lot of birds. A lot of blood birds. I think maybe if I get to 30 in every stat, I can wield just about everything that's available to me for the next while. And it won't overlevel me to the point where, like I'm dealing super scaled damage. But I need that, like, Vigor and Mind I don't need too much of, because that's just health and mana. Endurance as well, I don't really need to pump any points into, it's mostly just stamina. But Strength, Dex, Int, Faith, and Arcane, they all need to be pumped up. They need to be like Arnold in his prime. Oh, hey, you there! You're guarding what I'm looking for. Another one of them headless knights. Get poked. This is the job of a spear. Is to poke. Poke, poke, poke. 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 Yep, they teleport. And also, it was inflicting Death Blight on me with its weapon. Now, why would it go and do a thing like that? There you go, the Bellum Highway. The Black Knife Catacombs. Black Knife? Hey, we heard something about that before. The Knight of Black Knives? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hmm? Hmm. So, we are now going to take on the Black Knife Catacombs, which is a bit of a tricky dungeon. I remember this one a little bit. This one has some tricks in it. Remember, tricks are for kids. And it is a death catacombs, death roots spreading all throughout and everything like that. Grave Glovewort 2. I just got a 9 over at Mogwin Palace. My dead angling didn't finish it off. Notice, they aren't dying. But you kill this guy, and now they die for good. That's right, this guy essentially functions as a necromancer. That is one of the gimmicks of this particular dungeon, is that you have to find and kill a necromancer in order for the skeletons to stay down. Rosis' axe. I'll take a look at Rosis' axe in a second. We just gotta deal with these fellas. Alright, here we go. Shouldn't be too far away. Up there it is. Usher of Death, Rosis, who shows the path to the catacombs throughout the lands between, is depicted on this ritual axe. The dead easily lose their way and have always been in sore need of a guiding hand. Unique skill, Rosis' summons. Raise the axe aloft and summon those lost in death. 3 skeletons will appear at a distance and attack in tandem before vanishing. So, here you go. You can see the kind of elongated fellow, and that is because Rosis is the name of those statues, the depiction of the person on those statues that we've been finding that will give us a guiding line to nearby catacombs. The guidance of death from Rosis. So, I just want to point out that anytime you see these enemies where they are glowing with that dark flame, that is how you know that there is a necromancer somewhere in the area that is going to make sure they keep getting up again and again and again, no matter how many times you put them down. And when they don't have that, that's when you can finish them off. Now, if you do have any of those spells that prevent those who live in death from getting back up, you can use those instead, and I do believe those will supersede the necromancer. Crab eggs. Wow, so many little crabs. I wonder if there's a big crab anywhere. Oh my god, a big crab. Who would have guessed? Ow. Big crab. A rune arc. Nice. More crab eggs. Oh my god, another big crab. Fun fact, chat, did you know crabs commonly eat their newborns? They just like me, for real, for real. I mean, what? I didn't say anything incriminating. Oh, hey, wait a minute. I can't go nowhere now. Why can't I go to... Well, what if we... Hiya! So, if there were any hidden walls or passages or anything that got activated by dealing damage to it or rolling into it or anything like that, then that would have activated it. But none of that is here. So, instead, we got to find an alternate path. And the way to get to the progress, back in this room. These nerds. Look up there. See that guy up there? He's essentially your hint that you need to ride the guillotine up here, and that's where you'll find their necromancer. Hidden in a very clever spot. Come here, chat. I would like to romance your neck. Heal me. And die. Free longbow. Boop 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 boop. So we could go right in here, but before making that decision, instead what we're going to do is notice this drop-down point. And this takes us to behind where the crabs were. That'll open that gate up. And we can pull this lever. That'll open the door up all the way back at the beginning. Sheesh, guys. Rude. Well, you'll notice that there was already a fog wall over at where we were before. Which means that, yes, this dungeon has two bosses. It has the boss up at that fog wall that I didn't stick with earlier, which we will now go to. And it has the more traditional boss for these dungeons that I just unlocked. I forget which boss is which, so we'll start with this one and see which one it is. It's the harder one. Behold, a Black Knife assassin! One of the assassins that was present on the night of Black Knives, you know, the one that killed that demigod that we saw that turned into its squid thing. Ow. I'm gonna poke you. Poke. 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 Ow, shoot. Stop that. So fun fact, you can actually parry most of this Black Knife Assassin's moves. It's a little difficult for some of them, though. Just because the timing is weird. Finish her! We get the Assassin's Cerulean Dagger and the Black Knife Print. The Black Knife Print is the important bit here. On the night of the Black Knives, someone stole a fragment of death from Malekith, the Black Blade, and imbued its power into the Assassin's daggers. This mark is evidence of the ritual and hides the truth of the conspiracy. It hides the truth. And the Cerulean Dagger is the same as the Crimson Dagger, only it restores FP with a critical hit rather than HP. So, the Night of Black Knives are those which gave the demigods their first taste of death. Godwyn the Golden killed. And by killed, I mean killed. At least his soul was killed. His physical body still lives on at the bottom of Stormvale Castle. And reminder, the whole reason that we're here in the first place is because Fia heard from Roger about about him studying this and how very much it means to him, to the point where he would even be brought to tears about the fact that he can no longer follow up on this. She got a hint of this from some other person that she was talking with, and then we got this clue about this area. And that is, of course, exactly where we are. There's a little spire over here. This is the catacombs, and there's the mini Erd tree. Now let's do the other boss that's here, because the other boss is going to have the death root that we want. After all, we need to keep feeding big boy Garank. He hungry. Oh yeah, let's change these ashes to something else, and let's summon something fun. Up, Vanish Knight Engvall. I do have at least 100 FP now, yes? Yes, that's why I leveled up my focus a bit. You summon friends? I can summon friends too. Oh god, it's close. Oh, ouch. You even have an archer. Notice that Engvall is kicking ass. Engvall's a beast. Hell yeah! Halberd friend! Well done, Engvall. Engvall's a goddamn monster. Yay! And there's our death root. But let's take a look at the new ashes we got. We've got the Twin Sage Sorcerer Asage. Ashen remains of a spirit of Rea Lucaria sorcerer wearing a stone crown. Those who study the Twin Sage Conspectus are the Academy's elite, capable of mastering the Glintstone Comet Shard and Glintstone and Crystal Burst sorceries. So we can summon an elite sorcerer. Let's head on back to the Table of Lost Grace, and let's go talk with our friends who had given us these clues. Thea and Sorcerer Roger.
Hello. You've been busy
And D
weeding
as
the
well.
fruit, I take it. I thank you, as your brother in arms. So what can I do for you?
Give me your spells. Thanks, bud.
Did you need...
That's it for now.
Oh, your divinity, have mercy and grant me forgiveness. The road is yet long, a god is not easily felled. But one day, without fail, you will have your wish. So please grant me forgiveness, Queen Marika. You, is it? I didn't notice you there. I'll be doing my job, same as ever. Just lay out your arms.
Wasn't expecting this to happen so soon. Hey, Hugh, about that prayer.
Those words were not meant for you. I may be prisoner to you, tarnished lot, but my prayers are mine, and mine alone. Well, I've had my say. I'll be more careful too.
So, when Smithing Master Hugh had told us before about a certain person that he was terrified of, he was speaking about Queen Marika. And Queen Marika seems to have given him an order to smith a weapon that can fell a god. After all, that seems to be what he was praying about, was he'll do it, I'll do it definitely, and that's why he's always smithing stuff. But he has never created a weapon capable of doing such so far.
Greetings. Are you here for...
Got nothing else to say for now. Give hugs.
I am pleased. Would you like... now?
See if we can get any more dialogue out of you or not.
You are so. Dear Roger likes the ancient plot the Black Knives wheel along with the impressions they made. Somehow hide the truth of the conspiracy. Then good day.
She's got nothing new so far. Not yet. Hey, Roger. Buddy. I got something you might be interested in.
Always good to see you safe. So, what do you need?
Take a look at this.
This is a black knife print. I can scarcely believe you managed to get your hands on this. You recall our conversation about the Night of the Black Knives, yes?
Yes.
They say the assassins who carried out the deed were scions of the Eternal City. A group entirely of women, arrayed in armor of silver under cloaks which fooled the eye. The knives they wielded, though, were imparted with the power of the Rune of Death through sinister rite. Please, I beg of you, lend me the knife print for a time. I'd love nothing more than to tease out its secrets. Though only a fragment, a very specific ritual had to be performed to impart the power of the Rune of Death. Traces of the one who performed the rite are sure to remain in the imprint. Half my body has been suffused with death. I'm certain it will help me see.
Here you go. So, Roger gave us a little bit more of the lore behind the people that performed the Night of Black Knives, those Black Knife assassins, a group entirely made up of women, wore beguiling cloaks, essentially stuff to prevent those from seeing them. A great ritual had to have been performed in order to impart the power of the Rune of Death into their weapons in the first place, and he's trying desperately to figure out who could have been behind it at all. Let's have a seat. Whoops. And let's see what he's come up with.
Ah, hello. I was hoping to see you. My examination is complete. Here's the knife print back, with my thanks.
Seems like quite an item to hand over. Luckily, Roger is on the up and up, and besides, he can't run away with it. His legs are... You don't want to look under that cloth.
Now I have a fairly good idea who performed the rite upon the blade. The person who orchestrated the Night of the Black Knives. Lunar Princess Rani. One of the children born to King Consort Radigan and his first wife, Renala. Demigod and sister to General Radahn and Praetor Rykard. Hers was the name I discovered in the imprint. Truly, you have my thanks. But if I might be so bold, I would like to ask something more of you. If Rani truly is the one who plotted that fateful night, then she should bear the curse mark of destined death somewhere upon her flesh. I would like you to procure it for me. And then all will be laid bare. I will have the answers I have sought for so long.
So, Sorcerer Roger is like... He's like all the people online that are sniffing around the game, looking for the game's lore. He's like, the lore is this direction. Just big sniff a nose. And we're providing him with the greatest pieces of the puzzle that he could possibly ask for. And it's a good thing he's a sorcerer. It's a really good thing he's a sorcerer, because the magics that were imparted on it were from Lunar Princess Rani, meaning they were some level of magic from the Carian royal family. Daughter of Renala, who is the queen of the Carian royal family, the leader and head of the Rhea Lucaria Academy, and wife of Radagon at the time. Which means that this is a big name person that did this, that went and performed the murder of Godwyn. So now we need to find her to try and he wants us to confirm it by finding the curse mark of death upon her body, and then figure out, why'd you kill Godwyn?
I have some idea of Rani's potential whereabouts. There's a manor to the north of the Academy of Rhea Lucaria.
There sure
It
is.
is the familial home of the Carian royals, from whom Rani descends. There's been talk of the old royals' vassals gathering there in recent years. Rani's whereabouts since the shattering are a well-kept secret. She hasn't been seen even once. But I suspect she might have returned to the manor in which she was born.
So, just to quickly show that again. Way up here, all the way to the northwest of Liurnia. This is the Carian Royal Manor, way back here. So, we suspect Rani is somewhere in this area. Or at least Roger does.
Still need something?
Yeah, why do you want that curse mark?
I'm afraid there's something I must tell you. Do you know of those who live in death? The very notion of life in death defies the Golden Order. By Dee's account, these defiled fiends must be expunged. But truth be told, I seek the curse mark to save them. You may find this peculiar, but I discovered something in my examination of the Night of the Black Knives. These souls have committed no offense. They have every right to life, only they happen to touch upon a flaw in the order.
So Sorcerer Roger's intentions seem to be noble. He wants to essentially deliver a level of salvation, in this case, true death, upon those who live in death, whose remains are brought back to life and are haunting the grounds of catacombs and graveyards.
Yes, indeed. If Dean knew what drives me now, he would surely boil over with rage. Or perhaps he would even feel some pity. But no need to fret. None of that will come to pass. I can tell a good lie when I need to. If Luna Princess, then she should bear the curse mark of death. Would you be willing to procure? She may have returned the royal car.
Okay, yeah, same thing as before. The plot thickens and the mystery deepens. Hey, D.
Hello there.
Okay, looks like we got nothing we can discuss with him for now about that. Or possibly forever. So yeah, we got some pretty big lore bombshells back to back to back there. What has been implied is that first, smithing master Hugh, he's a smithing master, so he was commissioned by Queen Marika herself to create a weapon that can fell a god, that can slay a divine being. The purposes for which are currently unknown. And we've also learned that Lunar Princess Rani, a demigod herself, apparently was the main perpetrator who orchestrated, or at the very least performed, the sorceress incantation to impart the Rune of Death onto the knives of the assassins on the night of the Black Knives. And it is that act itself that directly is responsible for Godwyn being murdered. And by Godwyn being murdered, what we mean is having the soul stripped from his body, and I guess the soul killed. At the very least, he became a soulless husk that continues to live on, that is now all the way at the bottom of Stormvale, living, but not really living, if you know what I mean. He just kind of exists, his body mutating and transforming to a horrifying visage of what he once was. It doesn't move, it doesn't respond to anything, it's just there. So he is living in death, just like those who live in death. And on top of that, because the Erd Tree's roots spread far and wide, the Erd Tree has gotten an infection from the death that is still within his body, that is now being transported through the roots to other areas of the world where the last rites for most people are performed in them being supplanted at the roots of the Erd Tree to be absorbed into the Erd Tree and enter a cycle of rebirth. But the roots that have been infected by the Death Rune are now producing Death Root, and the Death Root is bastardizing that cycle, providing life to those who are already dead. Those who live in death are rising from their graves in catacombs, graveyards, and whatnot because of this death root. And obviously the Golden Order is not particularly happy. The Golden Order being Marika's set of ideals and tenets, basically. Which you can assume that they don't like those who live in death because of what happened to her son. She's probably not particularly happy about it. And hey, you know what? Maybe the reason she asked Hugh to make a weapon that can kill a god is to perhaps give some level of closure to Godwyn, who is just a horrible squid thing right now. So we're starting to see a couple of threads ravel around each other a little bit. They're linked. Now, are they necessarily 100% a cause and effect to each other? We don't know quite yet. We need to go talk to Ronnie. We need to find out a little bit more about this before we can make any more assumptions. So hey, let's head up here, and let's head toward let's continue into the mystery. Head toward that Karian royal family house and see what we can find out. King's Realm Ruins. All right. Ready for annoyances? No, you don't, you little bitch. E.G., forgive me. These royal grounds were placed in our trust, but we stood no chance. So, hey. We've got some disappearing sorcerers showing up. And we've got some traps set around here. Now, why would that be a thing going on? Thinking emoji. Oh, these are just unfortunate wolves that found their way to a place they shouldn't be. It was just a boy. Didn't have to kill him like that. It was just a boy. What about sacred spells and weaponry that exist to grant true death to the undead bros? So, my thoughts about this. If we take a look at that, Litany of Proper Death creates an image of order, dealing holy damage. This incantation is especially damaging to those who live in death. Any felled by this incantation cannot be revived. And this one as well, any felled by this incantation cannot be revived. And you see it is from Golden Order Fundamentalists. Golden Order Fundamentalists being those who worship Marika as the one true God and follows her words and everything like that. That is, the Golden Order is Marika's set of rules, her religion, essentially. So, basically what this is that they tried creating spells, incantations, whatnot, in order to bring true death to those who live in death, to prevent them from ever getting back up. More than likely, they tried these on Godwyn, and it didn't work. The level of what has happened to him is too much for these to handle, I suppose, might be one way you can interpret it. A rhymed crystal bud. Rhymed means, snowy, basically. Snowy, icy. We'll take a quick peek at it. It'll be right here. Young plant frozen into a crystal before it could mature. Widely found in cold regions. This doesn't look like a very cold region. Oh, no you don't, silly. The second you showed yourself, you were dead. So, hey, let me remind you of something real quick, guys. There's a certain spell that we have that, Ambush Shard. A night sorcery of Celia. The Celian sorcerers were assassins and said they often hunted their fellows. Can be used to strike from behind. This invisibility sorcery seems like it might be a little bit useful for that kind of thing as well. Let's see. Now, why would assassins be way out here? Also, these traps set up in the area, I'd say, are also a good indication that these are assassins. Hiya! Activated that too. Anyway, behold, secret tunnel. What could be behind it? Oh God, it's not. It's horrible. Kill it. Oh my God. Oof. These things are just horror monsters. Like, for real. Halberd bros, go. Get him, my halberd bro. Hell yeah, halberd bro. Frozen needle. New weapon. 'Tis a rapier. A razor-thin piercing blade of ice forged by E.G., the Carian royal blacksmith. Can inflict frost upon enemies and launch its blade with a strong attack. The blade immediately regenerates. Skill Impaling Thrust. Lets you pierce armaments, overcome enemy shields. Build power, then lunge forward for a strong thrust that pierces an enemy's guard. So, this is a solid little dex weapon. It's not too bad. Big thrusts. But that's the real unique part of it, is the ability to shoot it as like a pseudo spell. Which is kind of neat. By the way, as you've noticed, I have been relatively liberal with just using my ashes for a lot of these fights. Secret wall, by the way. But I also don't use my ashes for literally every fight. Like the Black Knife Assassin, for example. We one-on-one that. I'm only going to use ashes mostly for either group enemy fights or for if it's a horror monster like that thing that I don't want to fight alone.
Well, look at you. We don't receive many visitors. I presume you are tarnished? What brings you here?
You're a very eloquent troll, sir. Also, nice hat. You can tell he's a troll, and remember what I said about trolls, about having a tablet embedded within their chest that is held together by roots? Seems like the Erdtree forces certainly did the trolls a little dirty, huh?
Oh, pardon me. It's hardly my place to ask, is it? I am E.G., a blacksmith who once served the Carian royals. An old codger who refuses to retire his rusty hammer. So here I am, still quietly plying my trade on this spot. Perhaps you'd like a display? These bones are old, but still able.
So, there's another blacksmith. He sells smithing stones. Good, somber smithing stones. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Please, take care.
Oh, watch out there. When I'm absorbed in my smithing, I lose sight of all else. If you come too close, I'm apt to cause you harm. I am, after all, terribly large compared to you, Tarnished. You don't know how hard it is not to break anything while I work.
What a nice fella. What a nice guy. What was he working on? Oh, he was making Guts' sword. Oh, and look, another Guts blade.
Brave Tarnished. A word of warning, if you please. This territory once belonged to the Carian royal family. Their manor lies not far beyond this point.
Yeah, it's right over there.
When the Rhea Lucaria Academy turned on the Carians, the Knights of the Cuckoo descended on this tract. After leveling it, they carried on to the manor. The Carians were taken off guard, but their strength had not waned, and they repelled the Knights' onslaught by conjuring an enchanted snare that remains potent to this day. That is why I say, Tarnished, don't go near the manor, unless you wish to lie with the corpses of the heedless Knights of the Cuckoo.
So, the Knights of the Cuckoo. Little bit of info for them. They were mercenaries, as we got info on them from various items up to this point that were hired by the Rhea Lucaria army, or the Rhea Lucaria Academy, to act as an army. The Knights of the Cuckoo were paid in faux spells, basically those little runes and rocks that you can throw and break, and they shoot out spells. They shoot out glintstones and stuff. But Rhea Lucaria apparently rebelled against the Carian royal family. It says a lot, considering the head of Rhea Lucaria Academy was the queen of the Carian royal family. But either way, despite the fact that the Rhea Lucaria Academy sent the Knights of the Cuckoo against the Carian royal family, the Carian royal family was like, bro, we're the strongest sorcerers in the land. Take this. And then they killed everyone. And we'll see exactly how they killed everyone when we head there. By the way, sir, Blythe sent me.
Blythe actually did that, did he? Quite a rare occurrence for such a guarded soul as he. Perhaps he sensed something unusual about you. At any rate, if you're friendly with Blythe, I've something else that might suit you.
And that unlocks the Carian Filigreed crest. A talisman endured with a royal crest. Lowers FP consumed by skills. An honor said to have been once awarded to Carian knights who served as direct retainers to the kingdom's princesses. Now there is only but one princess, Rani, daughter of Renala. It's a very nice looking crest. So, if you like spamming your skills, this is really, really helpful. It lowers your FP consumed by a pretty solid margin.
I've explained the peril of the enchanted snare that remains at the Royal Carian Manor. Whatever you do, brave Tarnished, stay away from that death trap. I've explained the enchanted. Whatever you do.
He puts his book away. We need to get him to smith our Uchigatana to +7 right now. Oh, wait, hold on. No. He tink-tinks. He tink-tinks so gently. Thank you, EG. Level up. Get our faith and int up a little bit next. So those Knights of the Cuckoo guys, they couldn't have been all that tough, right? After all, oh my god! So yeah, in case you're wondering what they did, this is what the Carian royal family did. If you follow on or near the road, you're basically consigning yourself to death. The resting place of the contemptible cuckoos lost in the siege of Caria Manor. Seems like they should have invested in some horses, huh? Oh, yeah. I forgot. Who's raining arrows? No, that's an automatic spell. Literally, that is just, you got too close to Karya Manor. Die. That's how that works. Ooh. Spooky. Alright, so let's take on Karya Manor, which is, as you can see, clad in a lot of mist. Tons of mist. It's like Silent Hill out here. And because it's like Silent Hill, it has horrifying monsters. Giant spider hands. They got the ability to shoot homing stuff at us and grab us and kill us. Yeah, the big hands are pretty tough. They're a little bit tough. You can actually see them hanging out there. God, when there's more than one of them at once, it's just so annoying trying to do anything without getting hit, because they go very forward with their attacks. Seriously. They just go so far forward, like there's no getting away from them as they attack. They go like 2 rolls of distance forward with each attack. It's quite annoying. Alright, get down here. One-on-one me. I'll win a one-on-one. Come on, nerd. Told you, I'll win a one-on-one. They're worth killing because Somber Smithing Stone drops. Pretty nice. Right into your hand hole. So this is what got me last time. Is that homing shot hit me and then held me in place. And then I got grabbed and squeezed to death. I will never be a fan of enemies that can hurt you just by kind of walking around. And all of the hands can hurt you by just kind of walking around. Now, as for Karya Manor itself, it does have a lot of treasures for us to look around for and find. By the way, in case you can't tell, the makeup of these hands are like two giant hands stitched together. Yeah, I hate the way they attack. Hey, looky what I found. Howdy, pal. What you doing? Look at you, you little Albinoric. Hell, it's an Albinoric because he bleeds silver. Glintstone Craftsman's Cookbook. There was a trap there. It's gone now. There were other traps. They're gone now. Just need to learn how to handle them. God. Chat, please. Please, be kind. Don't do this to me. Yeah. Let's continue looking around the courtyard for a bit before I move elsewhere. Do you hear it? Oh, this guy died like, looks like he turned to stone even. Look at the big hand. It's like a octopus or something with the way it's hanging about over there. Do I have a schedule as to where I'm going? A little bit. Shh, he's sleeping. It's your wake-up call. Five o'clock, time to die. There we go, we got Carian Piercer. New spell. It does exactly what you think it does. Conjures a magical greatsword to impale foes. This sorcery forms a counterpart to Carian Greatsword. Highly lethal when used against single foes riding alone. We have not gone to the Academy of Rhea Lucaria yet. Just wanted to show that trap off once. You can see the fingernails sticking out of the ground very easily. Eh. Ow. Lore behind the big fat hand. They're magic hands created by the Karian royal family as defense mechanisms. As for raw materials, they probably got them from giants and trolls. No, fuck you. I hate your stupid run forward attack that's twice as fast as my run. Look, see the fingers sticking out of that? Said they dislike fire. They don't seem to care all that much. I think fire does extra damage to them, but... other than that, it's not like they run away from it. Look, another trap. There we go. If you get them proper on fire, you do get them to roll around a bit. That continues to be the worst attack they have, the one that moves faster than we can run away and just does damage as it moves. Burn! Alright. We're done messing with the torch. The torch is worthless. Fuck that torch. Actually, wait. I want to go in this direction. It'll be fine for now. Look. Tiny hand. Which is a trap for a big hand to fall on you there. I actually didn't know about that big hand being there. Astolfo's penis is delicious.
Game appealing to chat by having plenty of traps. Thor wink.
Yes. Thor wink. Thor W wink indeed. Hands. See them hands. it was that hand that got me at the last one. Got him. Door does not open from this side. Shortcut door for the future. Smithing Stone 2. I've already killed those hands before. I don't need to kill them again. So, later days, nerds. Now, this is the main road to going up and whatnot, but I think what I'm going to do... take the right path that I was on before, the right side path. And head through that direction. Right up this way. But first, hiya! Get rid of those traps. So remember what I said about Albinorics and how they are seen as blasphemous and constantly looked down upon and whatnot because they're homunculi. They're artificial life. Seems that Caria doesn't look down on them quite so much. It's only the Golden Order. They don't seem to have a problem with them, considering there are Albinorics here at the Carian Royal Manor studying sorcery. Pink. Is the shackle trigger traps? So when this is used, it technically does 1 damage to all environmental things in the game. Not enemies, just environmental stuff. All the shackles do this, and it's a very wide radius that it does that. So it activates traps, it activates illusory walls if ever there are any, and opens those up. It activates like those things in the catacombs, the fire pillars that go up and down. And it does it in a very, very, very wide area. A massive area. And it's free. Costs you nothing. Look at that small hand. Here it comes. Oh, it's gonna get me. Teehee. Don't give me the finger. Okay, don't give me the whole hand either. Behind you, you lose. By the way, that's how you beat these guys. The easiest way to beat them. Get behind them. Get behind them, and they have to turn around to attack you. They have to be facing you. And they turn very slowly. They are not good at turning around. Oh, hey, look. Evidence that sorcerers were here. Glintstone and books and rocks and astrology tools, astrolabes and such. Lady Ronnie, we have long awaited you. I pray for your house's swift revival. May the full moon shine upon Karya. Nice painting. Touch grace. So we're in a bit of a chapel here. You've got pews lined up, a nice carpet, area for a priest to do a sermon at. But you know what isn't here? That we've seen at every other church. A visage of one of the gods or demigods. There's no statue of Marika, there's no statue of Radagon, or anything like that. We do have some glintstone up there above on the balcony, along with some books and whatnot, so maybe they were worshipping glintstone. Maybe they can worship D's. You know what I mean. Hey chat, watch this. Oh, I must have already activated them when I did it before. There are traps along this path. There are also spirit warriors. Karian warriors. Or, I'm sorry, these are Knights of the Cuckoo. That's what that's what the emblem and outfit they're wearing denotes. They are Knights of the Cuckoo. So, hey, remember how the Knights of the Cuckoo marched upon the Karian royal manor and got slaughtered? This is what has become of them. They have been turned into slave labor, essentially. Ash summons to defend the House of Karya. Looks like things didn't work out too well for them now, did it? Hey, guess what? In this one spot, you can use Torrent so that you can go down here. Yup. That's how you're supposed to get here, is you're supposed to somehow realize that you can use Torrent in this spot and nowhere else in the entirety of the area. Crazy, huh? But within, this is that door at the courtyard. Within is a lovely little present. Behold, the Sword of Night and Flame. One of the best weapons in the game until it got nerfed into the ground. Still pretty solid, if I recall correctly. There it is. Storied Sword and Treasure of Karya Manor. One of the legendary armaments. Astrologers who preceded the sorcerers established themselves in mountaintops that nearly touched the sky and considered the fire giants their neighbors. Unique skill, Knight of Flame Stance, or Knight in Flame Stance. Hold the sword level and prepare to cast a sorcery. Follow up with a normal attack to cast Night Comet Sorcery, or a strong attack to sweep forth with a burst of flames. Unfortunately, I do not have the stats to make this work. You need both Int and Faith for the Sword of Night and Flame. Now, the interesting thing about this is that it gives us some info. Astrologers preceded sorcerers, so before sorcery was what it was called, it was just astrology, the science of reading the stars and stuff, until they figured out how to make magic. They would set themselves up as high in the mountaintops as they could in order to be able to read the stars and be closer to the stars, because it's a little bit of their faith in the stars. That's where the part of the faith comes from. and considered the fire giants their neighbors. Now, we haven't really gotten a whole lot of lore about the fire giants, but the fire giants dwelled in the mountaintops. The giants in general dwelled in the mountaintops. The reason we don't see a whole lot of them is because the Golden Order, he pretty much killed their ass out. Wiped their ass out. But it seemed that the giants could have been friendly with others, and the Golden Order just made it a point to wipe them out for one reason or another. As for this, it uses both sorcery and fire. So sorcery comes from the astrologers and then sorcerers, and fire comes from the giants, which means pyromancies and fire spells are originated of the giants. And if we take a peek at the one pyromancy that we do have, or the two, we got Catch Flame and Flame Cleanse Me. The Flame of Ruin is what it is called, is anathema to the Erd Tree. So basically, because the Golden Order is of the Erd Tree, they kind of worship a big tree, fire is something that they see as profane, something to be feared, something to be reviled, because fire is obviously a tree's natural enemy. So that is probably why the Golden Order would have been fully on board with a desire to wipe out the giants who were pyromancers. Anything else? Don't believe there's anything else I can grab in the area for now. Miyazaki, as he makes Torrent available for literally 2 nanoseconds inside a dungeon when Torrent is not available within any other dungeon for even 1 nanosecond. This is a good idea. People will obviously figure this out. On my first playthrough, I did not find the Sword of Night and Flame. Because how are you supposed to figure that out? How are you supposed to just go, oh yes, I should always be trying to see if Torrent's available inside of the dungeons? Because it'll definitely happen at some point, even though it hasn't happened in any of them. Ugh. Ugh. Look, Torrent not available. Not available. Oh, now it's available, because we have to make a jump, and the only way to make the jump is with double jump from Torrent. And back to not available, by the way. Runark. Trying to backstab me, sir? Setting a trap? Skill issue, yeah. Bye! Rhea Lucarian Greaves, hey! Bruise worn by Rhea Lucaria Academy soldiers, rust-worn and stained through unending conflict. Oh yeah, now I look like a hobo. I look like a hobo that robbed one rich noble lady and is now wearing her hood. Ooh, they really showing up now. The other way you can tell these are Knights of the Cuckoo, other than their armor, is that they aren't able to actually cast spells themselves, and they have to throw the rocks. No! Darn, I was afraid I was going to do that. Gravity is the most powerful boss in Dark Souls. Or I guess Souls-likes, I should say. You know what? Oh hey, we got a Cuckoo Glintstone. Lump of broken glintstone enwreathed with magic power, a faux sorcery used by the Knights of the Cuckoo. Launch straight ahead using FP, a magic bolt springs forth from the point of impact. I've been using this halberd for a bit. Let's change it up to something different. You know what? Let's use this frozen needle. We got this earlier. Take this. I have infinity of those, unlike your little rocks. One in front and one behind. Alright, it is past the time of efficiency to smack you guys around. Be a bit of a pain in the butt to deal with them. I don't feel like dealing with 20 of them while I'm by myself. That's a big wolf. A really big wolf. Shh. Let it know I'm here. Ice that ass. Literally. Where's the kaboom? There was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom. There's just definitely something I passed already, but I'll get it. Boy, this weapon's weak, but it's fast, and that's good enough. Sometimes all you need is to swing quickly enough. Spammed R1 too much. Let me tell you guys, it's a lot easier fighting with a fast weapon than a slow weapon. Miquella's Lily! That's our first find of Miquella's Lily. Alright, we gotta read it. Oh. Yeah, I can just find an item crafting. A delicate water lily of unalloyed gold that has started to fade and wilt. Exceedingly rare to find, a flower signifying faith in the Halig tree. Thought to be beloved by the Empyrean Miquella in his youth. So, unalloyed gold. Does anybody know what that means? To simply explain it, an alloy is a mixture of metals, so unalloyed gold would be pure gold. Now, how a flower can be made of unalloyed gold, you've got me, but we're in Magic Land. I have to kill this troll, by the way. Hey, look! Sorcerers from Raya Lucaria. Or at least they should be. Based on the helmets. Icy Wiener. Your wiener is now icy. Alright, I'm gonna equip a weapon that'll actually help deal with the troll decently. Oof. Oh no, it's that attack. Oh, he hit a wall. Poor guy. He hit a wall, and I hit his balls. Hiya! Finish him! Hiya! And he gives us the Troll Knight's sword. Great sword embedded with a blue glintstone. Weapon of the trolls in service to the royal family of Caria. Called into service when the queen invoked an oath they swore, the trolls are treated as true knights of Karya and fight arm in arm with their human comrades. It is an int and strength scaling sword. Strength and int. Over here, we've got some magic grease. Hi, friend. Let me get behind you. Thanks. I just need to suck your life out like a vampire. This is supposed to be a side path that you can take in order to get past the troll if you don't want to fight him. But I wanted his greatsword, so I had to fight him. Should be an item over here, yeah? Yeah. Just a smithing stone 4, nothing particularly special, but more upgrade materials are always welcome. Hello there. You are a tough guy. With tough guy friends, I like to shoot the perfumer bolts. Okay, let's take a look at the perfumer's bolts real quick. Bolts created with perfumer techniques used by nobles, guards, and the like. The point of impact explodes with sparks, dealing fire damage. Used by nobles, guards. And hey, these are definitely noble people. Royal family and all that. How'd that not hit? Weird. Very weird. Very weird indeed, yes. Wow, look at this cool place. Chairs all surrounding this nice little, like, lake area. And in the middle, a spirit is summoned. The spirit of Royal Knight Loretta. A caster on horseback with a big ol' halberd. Whoop, whoop. You cannot defeat Nippon Steel. Ow. Okay, maybe you can. So all of her spells have been boosted. Oh. I'm surprised that hit me, but okay. When she raises her shield, all of her spells get boosted and become much more powerful. No summon friend to help? No. Not for this one. If there was like an NPC to summon, I would summon them, but I'm not going to use any ashes for this fight. I've teased Loretta so many times in speedruns. I would feel bad for cheesing her in an actual, in like a normal playthrough. Because there's a way to turn her AI off completely that I'm not sure if they ever fixed. And blades. I like that she, like, incorporates casting during her attacks. It's really cool. Really makes it feel like she is a royal knight of Caria, you know? A spellblade. Yep. That arrow explodes when it hits the ground, or if it hits you. That's not good. Yep, there's no dodging that. That's a really unfortunate follow-up there. Very unfortunate follow-up there. She's cool? Yes. Yes, she is. That's why we're giving her a real fight instead of just using a Summon Ash and annihilating her in a 2v1. Because Loretta is cool and she deserves it. Wow, that staggered me long enough for that slow fucking follow-up? Are you kidding? That was literally 2 straight seconds of I can't do anything. Alright. Loretta, I'm gonna kill you now. Well, she kept going instead of the usual combo. Dude, why does some of her really slow swings follow up on each other? They just stagger you for seconds at a time. I can understand it when it's like a massive weapon hitting you or something. This is not a massive weapon. It's just a normal-ass halberd. Not even massive herself. She's like a little big. Fun fact, because she is a spirit, she cannot be bled or iced or rotted or any of those status effects. But you can do that. Yeah, notice that's not a single shot anymore. She shoots more of everything now. There's that extremely long stagger again. Oh, come on! Do you have to do that every time you're about to die? If you didn't jump in the air before it, it would have been fine. Became undodgeable because she jumped in the air first. Well, undodgeable by a normal roll, at least. I got greedy. That's on me. Alright, I'm putting my runes on the line now. I'm not picking them up before I kill her. I need proper motivation to win. I'm playing like absolute dog shit, though, so you can just... put the reason for the losses directly on that. This is not a hard fight. I'm making it harder than it needs to be. I rolled, damn you, roll. There we go. We get the Loretta's Great Bow spell and Ash of War Loretta's Slash. I did not die. How dare you play that noise? I told you, all I had to do was put my runes on the line, and then easy peasy. So we get the Loretta's Great Bow spell, which is what she was using to explode me every time she was about to die. Create a magic great bow and fire a great arrow. Charging enhances potency. Hold to keep the arrow knocked. It is said that the bow was Loretta's favored weapon. And she also gave us an Ash of War. Oops, that's her summoning ashes. Silly me. Loretta Slash, there we go. Loretta Slash, skill of Loretta the Royal Knight. Leap forward, imbuing the blade with glintstone, then descend, accelerating into a sweeping slash, usable on polearms and twin blades. Oh no, it explodes on hit. That's the reason that I died to it more than once at all, is because part of the thing that makes it hard to dodge, she likes to jump in the air before it and then aim it downwards, like shooting a rocket launcher, for example. And so even if you roll to the side or forward or back, it can still catch you with the explosion. I should have definitely, like, one-shot that boss, though. I'm sorry that it took me more than one try. And look up here. We find a big-ass, astrolabe, essentially. If you look at the incisions, the carvings on the inside of it, or at least half of one. Not sure why they'd need one so much, large. Oh yeah, you get the explosion too on your version if you charge it. Welcome to the Three Sisters area. As for what we can get here, I don't think there's much I can get for the time being outside of the main area. But I'll look around over here real quick. We can pull Torrent out here. Yeah, this one is locked out. Can't go in. Rena's Rise. Hey, Rena, we met her earlier. Locked shut for now. But there's something slightly more important here. That is this guy over here. No, not you, although thank you for Ash of War Chilling Mist. Take a quick look at that. Chilling Mist is actually a pretty good one. Coat your armament in frost and then slash while spreading frigid mists forwards. This armament retains its frost for a while. The retaining the frost for a while is the good part. You can inflict ice blight onto enemies, which is really nice. Anyway, I'm sure you can hear the thump, thump, thumping, the stomp, stomp, stomping. It's because of this guy over here. This fella. Glintstone Dragon Adula. Ow. Get back here, nerd. So, Glintstone Dragon. Called as such because you see his fire is tinged with the blue of glintstone, and if you look at his face, which is kind of hard to do while he burns the land. Ooh, FPS went down pretty hard on that attack. If you look at his face, he is coated in glintstone all over his body. Curse my desire to show things instead of just kick the ass. If I just killed him, he wouldn't have killed me. But I had to show off the glintstone on his body. After all, it can't be a proper lore playthrough unless I show stuff like that. You look like a very expensive skin disease. Yes, yes they do. Tail. Look at that face. Oh my god, you still hit me? You weren't supposed to still hit me. We can tell that Adula is a bit smarter than Agil was. What with his desire to make distance. And look, he can teleport! Okay, never mind. We went out of his aggro zone. He jumped out of his aggro zone. That's cheating. Thank you for doing that cool attack where you create a sword. He created a magic sword to attack me with. That's sick. And now the smartest thing that he can possibly do. He just leaves. He just pieces out when you half kill him. He's like, oh shit, this fight ain't going well. Peace. I'm out. Ronnie's Rise. Hey, Ronnie. Now that's someone we've been looking for. Look at all the glintstone. It's a lot of glintstone there. And, you know, all the astrology, sciencey stuff. We've got, for some reason, hourglasses that are completely filled. We got astrolabes. We got bugs. We got scrolls and parchment, candles, chairs. All the things to make this place look like a smart sorcerer person lives here. Wait, hold on. No. Does glintstone have a tendency to propagate out of control if you leave it alone for too long? So, that's a very interesting question. From what we've seen with that dragon, at the very least, is that glintstone has a tendency to propagate itself inside of organic material. Things can become infected by glintstone. Like that dragon was. Then again, it could just be that because it's a dragon, you know, stone scales, glintstone can propagate itself because of that, because Miyazaki and his stone dragons. But I like to believe that instead it can find its way into organic material. Hey, Rena, what are you doing here? Look, it's her.
Oh, again we cross paths. I believe I said my name was Rena when last we met. It pleaseth me to see Torrent hale and hearty. but tarnished. What business hast thou here? I have no memory of inking thee an invitation.
You must be Ronnie the Witch, behind the Knight of Black Knives.
I see. Quite the sleuth, aren't we? Indeed, I am the witch, Ronnie. I stole a fragment of the Rune of Death, and used it to forge the god-slaying Black Knives through fearsome rite. I did it all. But sadly for thee, the curse mark thou seekest is not to be found here. I have slain the body I was born into and cast it away, and it is upon that flesh the curse mark is carved.
So, but before we continue, let us recall about the Knight of Black Knives, which was an assassination of Godwyn the Golden, one of the demigods, by carving a Rune of Death into his back. That's one of the things we saw in the opening cutscene of the game. But the fact that we found Godwyn's body still alive at the bottom of Stormvale means that the death was incomplete. The body lives on, but the soul is what was slain. Meanwhile, we find Ronnie here, whose body has been cast away and slain, but her soul lives on and now inhabits this doll.
And why should I reveal that to thee?
Where's your body?
I performed the act not to bury the past, nor in shame of the deed, but all the same, thy begging compels me not a jot. The curse mark thou seekest is not here. That is all I will say. Now, be gone.
That's still a hint, though.
The curse mark now.
Well, she don't want none. I don't think I can talk to any of the other people around here because there are some other people here. But we'll take a quick peek. A double check. I must say, it's still pretty civil of her to welcome us and give us a little bit of that info. Despite the fact that she doesn't seem to want to consort with us too much. I like how she starts that. Quite the sleuth, aren't we? Like, oh, well, you figured out a pretty big secret. What do you want? A cookie? And then I'm like, yeah, can I have a cookie? And she says, no, no cookie. Yep, it's closed off. Celivis's Rise. Locked shut. Okay, in that case, let's go talk to Roger. Roger, my friend, I have found Ronnie.
Always good to see you safe. So,
Ronnie cast off her curse mark. She no longer has her body.
I see. When Rani shed her flesh, she shed the curse mark too. You know, not everyone would trust such a tale. But if she in her current form is nothing more than the living doll you profess, then perhaps it's true after all. Forgive the bluntness of the notion, but how would you like to become one of Rani's vassals? Only in order to get what we want, of course. The location of the body which bore the curse mark, which right now I haven't the faintest. And the best way to find out is for you to enter her service and take a poke around on the sly. I know you've got what it takes. Not only are you a superb fighter, but people want to trust you. I've seen it.
It's almost as though you're some sort of main character in this story or something.
Can you become Rani's vassal to advance our agenda? While in her service, you'll be able to take a poke around on the sly and determine the location of her original body that bears the curse mark. I realize that I'm asking you to put yourself in grave danger, but I know you've got what it takes. Quite possibly the only one, in fact.
Oh, that sounds like a possibility. What do you say we go back to Ronnie's Rise and see if she's amenable to the idea? Went to the balcony instead of up to the elevator. Wait, maybe we should dress ourselves up. We can't go looking like a hobo. No, the astrologer's fine. Briar look too good. The Night Screams. There we go. We look a little better now. Now we don't look quite so, homeless. Maybe now she'd be willing to accept us.
The curse mark thou seekest is not here. That is all I will say. Now, be gone.
So, fun fact with this. If you do show up here and you haven't done all your sleuth work and found the curse mark, or not the curse mark, but the info about the Knight of the Black Knives and everything like that, she will just suggest, would you like to join me in my service? And you can just do that. But when you reveal that you know about the Knight of the Black Knives, then she becomes a lot more guarded and less willing to give you any information, because she thinks that you're here basically... She might as well have a cop walk up to her and be like, so, committed murder, did you?
Oh, is that so?
I'd like to join
Thou
you.
wouldst render me aid. Is that thy proposal?
Yes.
Affording thyself opportunity to grope about for the curse mark's location, no doubt.
Just
Very
because I
well.
like to grope things.
There's nothing wrong with a well-laid scheme. What's more, if my past and past wounds beckon to thee, I am curious enough to see what thy destiny portends. I'll allow it. Enter my service, and good hunting to thee.
I like how she takes this. Just like, an extremely capable person that clearly, no doubt, wants to just enter my service as a way to make their own ends and try and find this curse mark. I can use him and he can use me. Works for me. Good luck.
Good. Then I ask we proceed with haste. There is, in my service, a half-wolven warrior by the name of Blythe. I would have thee join him in searching for the hidden treasure of Nokron, the Eternal City. I have called for Blythe to greet thee below. Take from him the particulars. Ah, and there wilt thou find Iji, my war counselor, and Salavis, preceptor in the sorcerous arts also. Heed not their peculiarities. Feel secure in gaining from them what advantage thou canst. I am sure the others will be doing just the same.
So, hey, remember when we met Iji on the road to the Karian Royal Manor, and he told us, you totally don't want to go there. It's super dangerous and a bunch of knights died. You should just steer clear. The real reason that he gives us that warning probably is just to prevent anyone from poking around and possibly making their way to Ronnie, especially if they're a particularly dangerous person. And he's also kind of a nice guy. He's probably willing to be like, well, innocent people shouldn't die, but really it's because Ronnie's here.
Speak with the three who await thee below. Thou needst not indulge them unduly, but they too wish to appraise thy worth. It hath been a passing long time since a newcomer entered my service, after all.
And so, those three, Blythe, Iji, and Celavis, have been working with Ronnie for quite some time, apparently.
Speak with the three who await thee below.
I shall. Oh, darn. I didn't roll down in time. E.G., my friend.
Oh, so you were the one. Lady Rani has explained everything. Again, I am E.G., the Karian royal family's dedicated blacksmith and Lady Rani's war counselor. I'm told that you are searching for Nokron with Blythe. I will give you whatever guidance I can, and pray for your success.
Well, what guidance can you give?
My apologies for the misleading words of warning. I never imagined that an audience, let alone service to Lady Rani, was in your fate. I, for one, should have seen it, but I did not. Do forgive me, my fellow. Let us give all that we can of ourselves, together, for Lady Rani. Let us give all that together.
All that we can. I mean, I could give myself to her from, like, the waist down, I guess.
Long time, friend.
Hi, Blythe.
Blythe. Have you forgotten? Glad to have you in the service of Mistress Rani. Well, getting right to business. I'm still in Limgrave. The eternal city of Nokron lies somewhere at the bottom of this land. I'm planning to go below through the well in the Mistwood. See if I can't find the road to Nokron from there.
I gotta say, their communications technology, or magic in this case, is pretty fancy. Being able to just send a phantom of yourself to talk with others.
I'm going below through the well in the Mistwood. See if I can't find the road to Nokron. Don't keep me waiting, eh? I'm going below, see if I can't find the road.
So he will be waiting for us at the bottom of that well. And meanwhile, we got this shitheel.
I see. You must be Rani's new hireling. Yes, I've heard all about you. I am Selvis, preceptor in the sorcerous arts. I don't know what it is the mistress sees in a provincial tarnished like you, but since we have the misfortune of serving the same lady, I ask that you kindly try not to drag us all down with you.
Yes, so as you can tell, he is, a vaunted noble, and you, of course, are nothing more than a backwater tarnished, and so I shall spit upon you.
I reside in another tower close by. Come and pay me a visit. Should you wish to be of actual service to Mistress Rani. If it were up to me, I wouldn't waste my time on the likes of you. But who am I to stand against the wishes of my lady? I reside. Come and pay. Should you?
So yes, that is Selvis, and his rise is right over here. Oh, wait, I forgot. After speaking with them, I gotta go speak with Rani again.
Let us give all that we can of us.
Gotta show her the goods.
Allow me to forewarn thee. I shall soon enter my slumber, and it will be some time before I wake. This doll's body is not without its hindrances. Still, I have high hopes for thee. I look forward to the good news when I arise.
You gonna go sleepy.
I shall soon enter, and it will be some time before I wake. I have high hopes for thee. I look forward to the good news.
She gonna take a nappy. Her outfit is so nice. Okay. Aha! Shortcut enabled. All right, let's go chat with Celavis real quick.
Well, you took me at my word. Did you not realize I was merely being polite? Oh, you provincials never cease to amaze. I suppose you're here now. Perhaps I'll give you something to do. I'd like you to find a woman called Nefeli to administer a potion. Even you can do that much, can't you?
Okay, I know Nefeli.
Good, good. Now I shall hand over the potion in question.
Celavis's potion.
Find Nefeli and ensure she drinks it. I expect glad tidings, and soon.
Let's look at this guy's outfit. Notice that he has a lot of stars and constellations and whatnot on it. So it would surmise that he's pretty high ranking in the sorcery world.
I've no time for idle chit-chat. The only thing I will hear from you is a report of your task's completion. Are we understood? Then off you trot. I have enough on my plate.
But sir,
I've no time. The only thing I... Are we and I have
everyone
enough.
has time to chit-chat about idols. I like that guy's hat. Can we take it? Sure, if I killed him. But that would probably instantly get me thrown out of Ronnie's area, you know what I mean? But we can rob from him and get ourselves a memory stone. Also, notice that.
I've no time. The only thing I will hear from...
When you go to hit him, a barrier pops up. So yeah, he's not really gonna let you actually hit him or anything like that. Oh, we got a nice memory stone, which is good. And I don't think there's anything else for me to grab at the moment. Let's take a look at the potion that he gave us. There it is. Sorry. Celavis's potion. A small flask received from Preceptor Celavis containing a cloudy tonic of bluish black. Find Nefeli and ensure she drinks it. Were our orders. Assuming you can force the barrier and actually kill him? No, if you try to kill him, you aren't going to kill him. No killing. It ain't allowed. Hey, get back here. Give me that. That was just an FP one, wasn't it? Hey, look, some cliffs to go down. Drops, 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 drops. We're back to Caria Manor. But specifically... Look! It's that church! See? And here we get a good look at a Knight of the Cuckoo that's not attacking us actively. You can see that they have bird emblems on their, I forget what this is called, but their outfit. They have a feather as a helmet ornament on the top, ornamentation of roots along with it, and blue and red coloring. Neat. And also, we've got this guy.
Oh, you? Sorry, Your Worship. I apologize for any offense given. I am Pidia, servant to the Carrion royal family. I am charged with maintaining these ghastly dolls.
So, remember those spiritual Knights of the Cuckoo that attacked us on the way toward Loretta's boss fight arena? These are they. He is the one maintaining them and being able to use them as weapons, essentially. Guards.
Ah, Your Worship, allow me to be of use. Other than the puppets, there are some very fine things up here in this storeroom. Why not pick something out before you go? But please, can you offer poor ill-starred Pidia a little something by way of compensation?
Pidia, Carian servant. So this guy is an Albinoric. You can tell by the fact that he is albino, and the fact that his legs don't work too good, as he is crawling around on the ground. He sells us budding horns. Rarely seen specimen of a young budding horn. Material used for crafting, found by hunting herbivorous beasts. This horn began to sprout on a beast that typically bears no horn. Perhaps it is a vestige of the primordial crucible. So, again, we see that the crucible and the primordial stuff is given relationship to horns. An old fang. A rarely seen specimen of a beast fang. These multiple overlapping fangs grow from a single root. Perhaps they're vestiges of a primordial crucible. A slumbering egg, prized as a symbol of the most sublime slumber. Alex that will never hatch. A ritual pot. Celestial Dew, a hidden tear found in the Eternal City, also known as a night tear. Allows one to carry out an absolution at the Church of Vows, reversing all antagonizations. Once upon a time, the stars of the night sky guided fate, and this is a recollection of those times. A larval tear, or of a creature of mimicry known as a silver tear, as much a substance as it is a living organism. Material required by the amber egg cradled by Renala, Queen of the Full Moon, to birth people anew. Being born anew allows the reallocation of attributes boosted by leveling up. This is gameplay purposes. This is just your, I want to redo my stats. Redo my levels. But in lore purposes, this is really, really, really interesting. So it is a silver tear. For those that don't know, this is essentially supposed to be like Mercury. Mercury in ancient times was considered a almost magic metal liquid, right? And even was thought to have some magic properties, healing properties, even thought to be a piece of a potion immortality before people learned that it was horribly, horribly poisonous. So because Mercury acts similar to both a solid and a liquid in certain states, it was given a lot of importance. And that's what this is based on. But this is a little different in that it is a living blob of Mercury, essentially. And it can, for one reason or another, be used to mimic other things because it's very malleable, so it can be very malleable in its liquid form and then turn solid as its solid form, and thus it is able to birth people anew by use of a catalyst. A powerful catalyst, the amber egg. We'll get a little bit more into that in the future. Glintstone Craftsman's Cookbook number 7 for cold bone arrows and bolts. Ash of War, Carian Retaliation. This used to be incredibly broken and OP for a patch or two before they eventually rolled out a new patch to fix it. Where if you put this on a shield, cast your own spell, like with that little ding-ding bell, and then created the Carian Retaliation with your own things, it would instead scale exponentially higher than it ever should have, and would, like, 2 or 3 shot bosses. It was kind of funny. It was a speedrun route for a little bit. So, Carian Retaliation, the way this works, swing the shield in front of you to dispel incoming sorceries and incantations, transforming the magic into retaliatory glint blades. Can also be used in the same way as a regular parry. So this is still pretty darn useful for people. I can actually suggest this if you want to carry around a shield to take this, because it parries spells and turns them into your own little summon swords. And it'll parry most spells. Not all spells, but most spells. So if they have their own glint blades flying at you, you toss this out and you turn them into your glint blades. They cast any of those glintstone pebbles, and now you've got a much more powerful spell on your side while getting rid of theirs. It's good. Next, we have the Ripple Blade, unique weapon wielded by young Albinorex. This sword is modeled after the ripples that are thought to be the origin of their species. Its attack power is greatly enhanced with one's arcane attributes. This is an arcane scaling weapon. It comes from the Albinorex. That's an extra, piece of, hey, this guy's Albinorex, so he would definitely have an Albinoric weapon. We've also got a black leather shield, round shield covered in black leather, on the larger side for a medium-sized shield. From the north, this shield depicts the polar star in rivets of gold. The inside is lined with fur, protecting the carrier from frost. This is a shield with extra resistance against frost. It's honestly not a very good shield. It looks cool, but as you can see, the guarded damage negation is not amazing on any of it. Physical not being 100 is always a problem. And then last, we have a weathered map, a simple, badly weathered map, left discarded and forgotten for some time. Further details are available to paying customers. Well, let's buy it. And let's take a look at that weathered map. Simple, badly weathered map. Left discarded forgotten. Depicts streaks of amber light. Amber, you say? Interesting. As for the map itself, you can't make out too much of it. You can somewhat make out a little bit of, it looks like tunnels of some sort underneath the land. But that's it.
A fine day to your worship. Please, choose whatever you like.
Again, I'd like to remind you that the Albinorex are persecuted by the Golden Order, seen as essentially heretical, but the Carians seem to not give a fuck about that. Hey man, can you cast a spell? Cool. Get in here.
Please.
Here, give me that celestial key. And that pot. Thank you. Now, is there anything else for me to grab before I go? Yeah, there's a couple things. still, I think. Back to the moon gazing grounds where we fought Loretta. Closer to where we want to go. It's called the moon gazing grounds for obvious reasons. You even see that they have their astrological tool over there, a big one. But a nice wide open area on top of the roof with a big reflective pool in the center that can reflect the starry sky and everything. Perfect for moon gazing when you get right down to it. So there should be some stuff that we can grab back here. Those invisible fellas have certainly made themselves quite the progress if they were looking for Ronnie. Get back here, I'm gonna kill you. I don't need to kill you, but I'm gonna kill you. Got him. Oh, I did need to kill you. Frozen armament. Hey, look! Those who live in death. Okay, we got frozen armament. Wait, might have been a spell. Yep, there it is. Sorcery said to have been used by the old Snow Witch. Enhance or enchant your armament held in your right hand with frost. The snowy crone taught the young Ronnie to fear the dark moon as she imparted her cold sorcery. So, Ronnie learned ice magics from the old Snow Witch. She's dressed like a Snow Witch on her doll. Makes sense, right? You can see this is where those who live in death might have come from. We've got a big old graveyard over here, probably of former Carian royals from over the years. But more importantly than that, we have that man. That wolf, I should say. You have friends? I'm gonna summon a friend. Let's go. Ow! Alright, you take care of the small ones. I'll get the big one. Magic dog! Oh, shit. The small wolf hit me right before I needed to dodge. You son of a bitch, tiny wolf. You son of a bitch. He staggered me right before I was gonna roll out of the way of the magic. Little bastard. Let's try this again. You can see it knows multiple different spells, too. Including that. That's a high-level spell, by the way. This is a well-accomplished sorceress dog. Damn, it covered my roll. Well played. He covered my roll with that. Set up the swords to force me to roll, and then covered it with the next shot. Creating an undodgeable attack. Come on, nerd. Stop that. You timed it wrong that time, friend. One more hit. Oh, come on. There we go. Got him. That's a tough dog. Now we got the white wolves. To think it was only protecting that golden rune. It was only protecting that golden rune, and that's all. But I had to kill it. It was in my territory. Hey, look. Another Albinauric, but this one is Generation 2. You can see the Albinauric wielding that Albinauric weapon that we were able to buy. We got some Albinauric ashes here as well. Behold! Remember that painting we got? The resurrection painting? This is the spot, although it's a little too foggy to actually see the painting, but right here. And we get the juvenile scholar cap, scholar robe, and a larval tear. Cap worn by young Academy scholars, the juveniles birthed anew from the amber egg of Queen Renala, the head of Rea Lucara Academy. Yet their rebirth is not without imperfections, and thus do they repeat the process, eventually becoming utterly dependent upon it. Rebirth is as sleep to them, and with each awakening, memory fades into oblivion. And same thing with the robes. Although, we'll put the robes on. They look nice. Very good. Very good indeed. We'll take the bird next time for funsies. Right, there should be a thing over here. Here we go. The Royal Grave Everjail. What do you think is within the Everjail, chat? Who are we fighting? The Onyx Lord! God, there's delays on those swings. As I said, those delays. Ah, gravity magic. No. No. Bad. Ew, I'm covered in his cum blood. But hey, remember that spell that he cast that blasted me with rocks? Meteorite? Now we've got it. One of the glintstone sorceries that manipulates gravitational forces. Summons a void that emits a rain of small meteorites. Hold to continue the effect. This sorcery originates from the Onyx Lords, who had skin of stone and were called lords in reverential fear of their destructive power. So apparently that guy got jailed because people were scared of him. This is a really interesting sorcery, because essentially what you're doing is opening a portal from which meteorites rain down from, like a portal to the stars, to the heavens above, and then rocks fall through. It's really cool. Rocks. Rocks, 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 rocks. Oh yes, and if we take a look around real quick. Right up there is the Altus Plateau. Called as such because it is a plateau that is at a high altitude. At least I assume. Way up there. As for these things, I think the ones that are standing up like this might be specifically to, like, keep the Everjail running. They seem like ancient magic things. They have ruin fragments on them. After all. There should be, like, one thing I missed here. The manor, though. Just one thing. There's definitely a shield that I didn't grab. should be like over here. Oh, must you? Oh, there it is. Ice Crest Shield. That wasn't hard to find at all. Now I just gotta leave. They're still coming. They want my body. Okay, that I think is the last thing for me to have grabbed. The Ice Crest Shield. Small metal round shield, heavier than a wooden shield, but boasts higher damage negation. The Ice Crest originates from a Carian princess. Though the effect is slight, it boosts magic damage negation and resistance to frost. Doesn't even have 100 physical negation. Terrible. A jellyfish head gives. Okay. Wonderful. Fantastic. Beautiful. So that should be all of the Carian Royal Manor that we can do for now, at least. But hey, let's talk with EG real quick. Since we are now on a quest for Lady Ranni.
Greetings, my fellow. How can I help?
About Blythe.
Blythe is Lady Ranni's stepbrother. Ranni's mother, Queen Renala, approved of him, and they played like siblings from childhood. They were always happy to have me tag along as well. When Lady Ranni renounced her flesh and chose the dark path of the Empyrean, Blythe and I swore allegiance as vassals. But none of us will ever forget our earliest days together. Promise to look after Blythe for me, will you? The man is honest to a fault. But fortunately, now he has you.
So, Blythe and Ranni have been together since childhood. He is her stepbrother, and EG has been with them since then as well. EG seems like he's probably a bit older, but still. Those three are childhood friends. Celavis, on the other hand, seems like he's a bit newer.
I take it you've heard of the eternal city of Noxtella? Well, it has a twin, known as Nokron, the other eternal city. After years of expeditions, we've determined the location of Nokron by going underground through the well in the Mistwood of Limgrave. You can see Nokron up above. Only we've failed to find a path leading to the city. Blythe's made a good go of it, but I'm afraid this has him quite stumped. To be honest, I'm not sure where to go from here. I take it you've well.
Okay.
After years of expeditions.
Thank you, EG. So, they want us to go through a well in the Mistwood. We've actually seen that before. I just purposefully ignored it, waiting for this moment. Which, of course, means that there's plenty more for us to do in service of Lady Ranni. Now, I need to double check my notes here to make sure that I don't I don't trigger anything. Okay, yeah, before I do this, I'm gonna go to Sorceress Selin, and I'm gonna buy her stuff. Whoops. See if that's enough.
There you are. Shall we commence the lesson?
Study sorcery. Maybe the glintstone arc. The stars. The crystal barrage. Talk again.
You wish to continue the lesson? Very well.
Okay. About glintstone sorcery. There we go.
Our art draws upon the powers embedded in glintstone. But what is the nature of such power? Glintstone is the amber of the cosmos. Golden amber contains the remnants of ancient life and houses its vitality, while glintstone contains residual life and thus the vitality of the stars. It should not be forgotten that glintstone sorcery is the study of the stars and the life therein, a fact lost on most sorcerers these days.
So, reminder, Sorceress Selin was hailed as a prodigy at the Academy of Raya Lucaria, so what she says is probably pretty darn true. She says that amber, golden amber, is a housing of life, while glintstone is residual life from the stars. Meaning that when you're calling upon glintstone and focusing energies through it, you're focusing it through the power of the stars themselves. And this is why the sorceries are an offshoot from the study of astrology in the first place, because they're drawing their power from the stars in order to create their sorceries in the lands between. And glintstone itself, according to this, would basically mean that it should have its origins from the cosmos, from the stars. So places that were struck by meteorites, for example, should be rich in glintstone. Let's get Scholar Shield, and then Glintstone Phalanx, and then Carian Slicer.
Your appetite for learning is impressive. You make me proud to have grown little legs so readily. You must have a fabulous teacher.
Ha, that's cute. He's like, oh, look at you. You're learning.
You wish to continue very well.
Here, let's give her a scroll. Have the Academy scroll.
Is that a scroll? Takes me back to my Academy days. Very well. This is sorcery with which I'm not entirely unfamiliar. I'll be sure to incorporate it into one of your lessons. Never lose that inquisitive spirit, my apprentice.
So, by the way, I do want to point out a little bit of something. Notice that... So, she's wearing a mask from the Academy of Raya Lucaria. And what we learned is that those who wear masks are in a higher echelon than just apprentices. Like Tops, for example, does not have a mask because he is a very low-level sorcerer and was not particularly learned in sorceries. Masks themselves all have glintstone embedded inside of them. Like this one, for example, has glintstone in its head and... Oh, not the eyes. The eyes are closed on this one. Most of them have glintstone embedded in the eyes as well. And that's a little weird in a way, because what we've seen with glintstone, so glintstone is like, as she just said, a physical piece of a celestial body, like a meteor or a comet that fell to the ground in the lands between. What we've seen of it is that it seems to be able to propagate itself into living organisms, at the very least into that dragon that we fought before. So wouldn't it be kind of dangerous to implant glintstone into things that you're wearing, that you're wearing all the time even? Could it not grow itself into your body? But on the other hand, maybe that's what they want. Maybe they want the glintstone to be able to grow itself into their minds so that they can learn more about the glintstone in some weird kind of pagan ritual level of stuff. But it's green? Well, that doesn't matter. Glintstone can have different colors. What do we get? Swift Glintstone Shard and Great Glintstone Shard. Swift Glintstone Shard. One of the Glintstone sorceries of the Academy of Raya Lucaria. The Glintstone serves as a conduit, launching swift magical projectiles at foes. Those unworthy of the Stone Crown typically end their brief journey into sorcery here. So, yeah. You can maybe learn Glintstone Pebble, Swift Glintstone Shard, and maybe some Great Glintstone Shard. That's your, hey, I'm just learning sorceries, but I was not good enough to learn anything beyond these. Can't get myself a stone hat.
You wish to very well.
Okay, well, we got some nice extra dialogue from her, which is what I came here for. An associate's degree. Throwing walks with extra steps. No. Think about it this way. Glintstone Pebble is throwing a rock. Swift Glintstone Pebble is throwing a rock really fast. Great Glintstone Shard is throwing a big rock. And then you have different things, different applications. Glintstone Stars throwing multiple homing rocks. Glintstone Arc throwing a wide-arcing blast of magic. Crystal Barrage throwing a barrage of many rocks. Crystal Burst throwing a shotgun of many rocks. And then they're shaping it into things that aren't rocks, such as Carian Slicer, Carian Piercer. Notice that the abilities of the Carians are to shape the magic in something that isn't just a projectile, into something else. A great bow, multiple swords, great swords, rapiers, stuff like that. And then there's the study of gravity. I'm sorry, that was an ambush shard. The study of gravity, which is more linked to the cosmos, I would say, than simple glintstone. Because for meteorite, you're essentially opening a portal into the space and summoning meteors from it. So there's all kinds of different studies and applications of your sorceress energies. Now then, before we get too far forward, Roger, I've become a vassal of Ranni.
Always good to see you safe. So, what do you need? Maybe I should tell you. Lately, I feel I'm on the precipice of falling into a deep, fathomless slumber. And I have an inkling it could spell trouble for you somehow. So I just wanted to get the apology out of the way beforehand, since you're so scary and all.
Since I'm so scary and all. Oh, come on. Do I really look all that scary? Is this a scary face? Okay, maybe a little bit. Especially since my eyes look red. Is this really a scary face? Come on.
Oh, still
So yeah, Roger basically is saying that his body is giving way to the death blight. been? It's been. Fia shouldn't have anything new, I wouldn't think. But we can go the other way and go talk to Gideon.
You. What is it?
Hey, I got this potion. I was told to give it to your daughter, Nephili.
Is that potion what I think it is? Bloody Celovus. I suppose he's up to something again. Oh, I won't interfere. You go ahead and do what you must. The Round Table has no code to speak of. But I ask you this. Are you really going to do the bidding of that twisted dolly botherer? Or would you rather hand that potion to me and see if we can't get one over on the bastard?
I'll keep it for now.
Well, I won't force you. If you want to do that dolly botherer's bidding, that's up to you. Not that I could fathom why you'd want to.
Dolly botherer, he calls him. Interesting that he knows who Celovus is. But yes, Gideon knows exactly what this potion is and what this potion does. And he is offering to just take it off our hands. By the way, you don't have anything new to say, do you?
The children of the god.
Nope. He is the all-knowing. He says he's all-knowing, but he doesn't know everything. He just knows what he knows. Anyway, let's continue Ronnie's quest a little bit more. I do believe it should be fine for me to do so without... Shouldn't mess up anything for the time being, I hope. Doing a quick double check just to be sure. Mm-hmm. Ronnie, my beloved. Actually, I might want to save this for a little later. I think there's one or two things I should do first. I'm just double and triple checking to be sure. Sorry, this is taking me a moment to double check a couple of things.
Turbobaka asked me, "Oh, handsome Thor of the Lake, give us your wisdom. Who is the fairest maiden in all the lands of Elden Ring, and why is it Ranni?" Turbobaka, you have some taste. I see Ranni's definitely top-tier waifu material. She's got that ethereal vibe, the whole mysterious witch thing going on, plus she's a goddamn puppet. What's not to love? But let's not forget Meltrillis. Saber and Oshino Shinobu would give her a run for her runes. Who needs a lake when you've got the boundless ocean of anime waifus, right?
Thank you, AI Thor W. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we'll come back to this a little later. We're gonna put that on hold. Sorry if anyone was excited to head to the, Anyway, sorry if anyone was excited for us to start heading into that area, but we're gonna put that on hold until we're done with Liurnia. Because a couple things might, I'm not 100% sure if they will, but might get a little messed up if I advance Ranni's quest a little far. So, let's continue our journey through Liurnia here. Do I want to go right to the academy yet, or should I do the fringe stuff first? Let's go to the academy. We can do academy stuff. So, hey, welcome to the Academy Gate Town. This is the town right outside of the Academy of Raya Lucaria. You can see it is quite flooded. As they say, the land is sinking into a lake. White crabs. Stir crabs. Hey now. Fine, we'll get off Torrent. Torrent controls kind of like he's drunk most of the time. Got a wide turn radius on him. According to my notes, there should be an NPC somewhere in the area. A quest line I'm looking to advance. But perhaps not. Maybe not in this area. Maybe in a different one. Okay, we'll come back there in a little bit. In the meantime, let me go over here and grab some upgrade materials. There should be some over here. There's also a grace to activate. Torrent turns like a big rig. Yeah, honestly, yes. That is not entirely untrue. There's the gazebo I'm looking for, coated in its poison garbage. Smithing stone 3 times 3. Pretty good. Liurnia quite honestly has tons of pickups all throughout it, and a lot of them are upgrade materials. Another gazebo. Gazebos always have something in them. Oh, that's the teleporter. Yes, of course. I'm wearing my disguise. They'll see when they see me, they'll be like, oh, a member of the academy got locked out. We should let them in. And then that's when I slaughter them. It's a foolproof plan, am I right, chat? After all, it's an academy, which means that I must have paid tuition, and if I paid tuition, they can't just keep me out. Art of Relief. You know, I'm something of a scholar myself. You know what? Bird. I summon Bird in attack mode. Glintstone Craftsman's Book 4. Well, my bird did not last very long before I got out of the location where the bird is available. By the way, you can tell that there was once a bridge to go over the less watered lands, but it has fallen into disrepair and ruin. Finger Reader Crone up there. Oh yeah, that bridge, if you were to follow it, would go all the way here to Rhea Lucaria. That's the pathing of it. Golden seed. Oh, chat, give me a golden seed. Sorry, I shouldn't talk like that.
Counter.
Hey, where the fuck is Dalius? Somber smithing stone 2.
Liurnia.
There he is.
Oh, Liurnia. It's me, Dialos. Answer me, would you?
So yeah, here's the lady he was looking for.
Hello, friend. Tell me if you know, would you? The whereabouts of the hidden house of those despicable fiends. The recusants who hunt their fellow tarnished. They laid hands upon my servant Liurnia, and I refused to let the insult stand. The tale of House Hoslo is told in blood. I, Dialos, swear to deliver the message. They laid hands upon the tale of House
So yeah, he wants to find the recusants who hunt their own kind. He was more north than I thought. Well, Dielos, we'll talk again in the future. Good luck finding those recusants. Really traverse the rooftops of this area pretty easily with Torrent. Torrent is good at climbing. He learned from Skyrim. Okay, fine, we'll go the easy way. Crab! An albino crab! I must eat it. It's extra rare, so it should be delicious. Yummy. Over here, we've got ourselves some smithing stone. Smithing stone 2 times 3. Notice they've set up some ramparts at the entryway to the academy. Let's go, bird. The Knights of the Cuckoo. Damn, look at the bird go. It's so aggressive. Oh, a cuckoo surcoat. And some Rhea Lucarian gauntlets. Armor worn by Rhea Lucaria Academy soldiers. The surcoat depicts twinned cuckoos peering into a flourishing mass of glintstone. To a glintstone sorcerer, the body is a transient thing. The cuckoo alone knows its insignificance, yet watches over it all the same. Knights of the Cuckold, yes. Knights of the Cuck. The Cucking Knights. My bird! They killed my bird. You're gonna pay for that. Poor bird. Bird got too aggro for his own good. He went away from me and got murdered. below me? It is. Well, let's talk to this finger maiden.
You. Please. You're.
Here's my fingies.
Oh, bless you. Oh. Miquella's favor can be yours. Slaughter. 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 The all-hearing slaughtered. But alas, it was for naught. But all you need do is snatch it from the big pot. Pity the poor, poor fool.
Thank you for that incredibly helpful hint about what to do for Miquella's favor. Slaughter, slaughter, and slaughter, and then snatch it from the big pot. By big pot, do they mean Alexander? There it is. It's the one on the ceiling. I swear that was gonna drive me nuts. Charge forth! New Ash of War. Charge forth, quickly charge forward with the armament at your hip, carrying the momentum into a thrust. Hold to cover a greater distance, usable on pole arms, capable of thrusting, heavy thrusting swords, and twin blades. Charge forth is good against enemies that can be staggered with light damage, because as you charge, you constantly can continue staggering them. Against normal enemies, a little less good. I am a student at the academy. Do you not see my outfit, sir? He's like, academy's closed. Closed to all. So hey, look at this thing. This thing looks horrifying. But it's being driven. It's a car. Which means you just killed the driver. Its eyes follow you. Fire Blossom. That's new. A half-ashen and smoldering flower that blooms on the mountaintops of the giants. Material used for crafting items. Fertilized by the sparks from the forge at the peak where burns the flame of ruin. So, it uses fire. Fire, I said before, seems to be magic that is derived of the giants. Rhea Lucaria seems to not give a shit about the Golden Order's disdain for the giants. And the sorcerers seem to have always had a somewhat amicable relationship with them. So, they are using that as a way to create these weapons. These fire weapons. Let's take a look around real quick before I head to the academy proper. Here we've got blue-white wooden shield. Small wooden round shield that has been reinforced with metal. It is light and easy to handle, but cannot offer the damage negation of a true metal shield. The design is said to represent the stars of the night sky, portending fate. We've been seeing that a lot, where astrologers have the ability to read fate and possibly even manipulate it via reading the stars. Oop. Glintstone Firefly. Let's change up our weapon for a little bit. We've been using dex weapons for a while. Let's use a strength weapon now. Big axe. Big axe. We've done it, chat. We've found it. Time to head to Rhea Lucaria. Meeting place map. Simple map found on a corpse. Seems to point to a meeting place. The man it came from surely desired one. The sole means of gaining entry into the academy. A glintstone key. Cannot proceed without a glintstone key. Well, fuck you too, game. Actually, let's take a quick seat. By the way, that place on the map is right over here. So we'll be heading there. Because we need a key. Notice that these flowers are different from the flowers in Limgrave in that they can cast these glintstone sorceries. As opposed to the more, like, holy flower source that they were spells that they were doing before. Okay. Free money. Ever watched Lockpick Lawyer? I don't think Lockpick Lawyer has ever unlocked a magically locked gate before. That might be a little bit out of his wheelhouse. Temple Quarter. Where the temples are. Where we can find Miquella's lilies. Thank you. Poking about. There's the grace. Maybe there was a grace nearby. Alright, so our meeting place is north of us. By the way, you see all these flying scarabs? These are just FP restorers, that's all. Nothing special on any of them. Well, hey, wait a second. The meeting place has a dragon sleeping in it. That could be an issue. Glintstone Dragon Smaragd. Fucking ow. Holy shit, that hurt. Hey, look, another Glintstone Dragon. Another example of Glintstone. I'm not going to be able to get the riposte. I should not have done that attack. Anyway, another example of Glintstone taking over the organic body of a creature. Tail. Chop this big tree down. You can see even its eyes have been covered. Oh yeah, there we go. Now we got some big damage. Here, let me help you. You seem a little blinded. Glintstone fire. Magic fire. And look, he even casts a magic spell there. That is a spell known as Comet Azure. Or not Comet Azure, it's a Glintstone Comet. Just like a normal spell, you can be cast back to back too. Aim for the face as best I can. I'm coming. Get back here. Finish him. And we get a dragon heart for our trouble. And a new draconic power available. Anyway, let's head to where the meeting place is, and we find some corpses of the people that were meant to meet up there. Dragon Woundgrease, Kukris, and, most importantly, an Academy Glintstone Key. Behold, once more, when we look at the masks that these guys wear, Glintstone kept in the head, Glintstone in the eyes. This is one of the more elite sorcerers. Not the elite elites, but higher level. You know what? Let's go do that before we head to the academy. Let's go do a puzzle. As for how the glintstone gets into the dragon's bodies, I would assume the way it happens is they eat the glintstone sorcerers that have, you know, catalysts and focuses in their weaponry, and have glintstone embedded into their hats and stuff, right? And then, because they're eating glintstone, it propagates inside their own body, and then starts to show itself on their scales, inside of their fire and everything, all that stuff. Doesn't seem to be the worst thing in the world, because it gives them access to magic, but also it probably was blinding that dragon. At least a little bit. Oh my god, lobsters. Let me tell you, chat, if you ask me if I'd rather fight a dragon or a lobster, I'd pick the dragon every time. Lobsters are the scariest thing in this goddamn game. The Liurnian snipers. By the way, one thing to point out, anytime you see these balloons, if you shoot them down, you get a prize. You don't even have to fight the things that drop from them. Pretty solid amount of golden runes, too. Like, golden rune 6 is okay. Alright, puzzle time. Seek 3 wise beasts. So, just like last time we had to seek 3 wise beasts, we're looking for 3 turtles. You are not turtles. Let's look for some turtles. Let's burgle some turts. Look, we found one on this tree. That's one. Look, we found one hiding right down here in this little alcove. That's 2. One more turtle. I remember the location of the stuff we're looking for most of these puzzles. Hey, look, a turtle just kind of hanging out over here, and that's 3. The seal on the rise has opened. Tetsu's or Testu's rise. It's a very, very fast puzzle if you know where to look. That's Stormville Castle right there. That's the Academy, maybe? I don't know. That's too weathered to tell what it is. And we get a memory stone. So these things, if you're not planning on casting, like, much at all, you actually never need to do any of this stuff, because memory stones and whatnot are, they just are for unlocking more caster slots, more spell slots. That's all. By the way, remember when I said when you see stuff like this on a map, it's a cave? This right here, up here, is the map that will lead us to the Altus Plateau. We can go through there. Remember, we were told about a cave system that could lead us there by Raya. The young noble lady that we returned her necklace to. But she is gone now. She has left. Alright, we will finally begin to head into the academy. But before we go... I mean, I giggled, but for reals, before we go into the academy, we do have one or two things to do. Specifically, hey, did you know that you can just go back this way? So the academy just teleported us over to here. That's the main entryway. This is the southern entry. And then we can go in from there. Otherwise, you can't go through there at all. And because the bridge is completely broken here, as this leads to the Dectus lift that would take you to the Altus Plateau, since that's been shattered, it's not like people can go to the main entrance normally, because it's pretty high up. But there is something waiting for us back in this direction, other than these wolves. A lot of wolves at the Raya Lucaria Academy area, huh? Lots of wolves. Anyway, we come back here, and look! A merchant!
Well, it's been an age since I've seen a customer.
No fucking duh, dude.
Here at the end of the earth.
No duh, it's been a while since you've seen a customer. Have you seen where you set up shop? So, hey, remember those fanged imp ashes that you can start the game with? This is where you get them. These spirits are well suited to causing a disturbance, moving nimbly like pests, and hurling magic pots. He's also got Trina's Lilies, Eyes of Yellow, 3 stone sword keys, we're going to buy those. Lost Ashes of War, Fever's Cookbook, Soporific Grease, Sleepbone Arrows, sure, we'll get that. He sells St. Trina's arrows. Priests of St. Trina use these arrows to spread their teachings. The sweet oblivion of sleep can become quite the habit. So these are sleep arrows, which are very helpful in certain boss fights. Meteor bolts, enchanted work of a craft made in tandem with the full moon crossbow. The tip is embedded with glintstone. Like a shooting star, these bolts leave a beautiful trail when fired, deals magic damage. And this blue cloth warrior set. Cowl of a nomadic warrior. The blue color of its fabric symbolizes brisk waters, as fluid and flowing as the sword in the hand of its wearer. Just as still waters turn foul, stagnation leads to decay. Warriors must remain ever drifting. Oh, hold on. Let me get a few more runes so that I can finish my purchase. There we go. Buy the full set.
Have a safe journey.
We've also got a Trina's Lily, which is how he's able to make those St. Trina's arrows. And we've got some strips of white flesh. And finally, Celestial Dew. And a Bloodhound Knight. Just like the one we found in that Everjail. Now we can get a better look at them. see the crest decently? Not really, unfortunately. It has a crest of a beast on it. He's got talon claws there. A full helm. We haven't really seen too many full helms. Or actually, I don't think we've seen any full helms other than the Bloodhound gang. Armor is also big as fuck, tall as hell. Like, the size of Blythe big. Fortunately, not much else we can see there. But we got a Celestial Dew. Which is what kind of item again? I think it's a key item, wasn't it? Yeah, there we go. Which lets you carry out absolution at the Church of Vows. Wait, we never went to the Church of Vows. Oh no. Chat, we have to go see the dog at the Church of Vows first. I'm sorry. I know I'm putting off Rhea Lucaria over and over again, but this we got to talk to him. We got to go say hi to the dog. Luckily, the Church of Vows is not too far from this grace that we activated before. Oh, we got an inscription sword. The Second Liurnian War. No victory for the Golden nor for the Moon. No prize but atonement. The birth of a vow. So, that tells us that the Golden Order and the forces, the magical forces of Liurnia, went to war with each other not once but twice, with neither side winning. Which says a lot about the forces of Liurnia, considering the Golden Order did beat everyone else. Chat, look. A dog. Chat, look. This is where you atone for your sins with a celestial dew. A gold sewing needle and golden tailoring tools. Sewing needle made of gold. Unique item made to alter demigod attire. One of the tools brought by Radagon when he entered into marriage with Renala, Queen of the Full Moon, and joined the Carian line. Along with golden tailoring tools. Tools brought with the red-haired Radagon when he married into the Carian line. With these, even demigod attire can be altered at a site of grace.
You're tarnished, aren't you? I welcome you to the Church of Vows. I am Miriel, steward of this sacred chamber. My apologies for the unseemly state of affairs. Do you know the origin of this place? How it came to be known as the Church of Vows?
I do, but hey, explain the lore to the people.
Well, that is a shame. But who can blame you? The shattering has caused us, all of us, to lose sight of something very dear. It is here, at the Church of Vows, that the great houses of the Erd Tree and the Moon were joined by the matrimonial bond between red-haired Radagon and Renala of the Full Moon. And so our church holds in view the monuments of both houses, the Erd Tree of the capital and the Academy of Rhea Lucaria.
So yes, Radagon married with Renala in order to end the war between the armies of Rhea Lucaria and the Golden Order. Because Well, they fought each other to a standstill on 2 different occasions.
Oh, was there something you needed? You are free to show yourself around. I would serve as your guide, only my legs aren't what they used to be. If you find anything of use, you are free to take it with you. Unless, perhaps, you are in search of instruction, in which case I will share all that I know.
So he teaches sorceries and incantations. He's got Magic Glint Blade, creates a sigil overhead from which an enemy seeking Glint Blade appears after a brief delay. The sorcery can be used while in motion, said to be the prototype of the Sword Phalanx sorceries wielded by Royal Enchanted Knights. This is the one that has a delayed Glint Blade, and the Carian Greatsword. Conjures a magic greatsword, then delivers a sweeping blow. Can be cast repeatedly. Armed with this spell, sorcerers gain the strength of knights, their loyalty sworn to the moon. He's got incantations, Blessing's Boon, one of the ancient Erdtree incantations. Grants a blessing to the caster and nearby allies, gradually restoring HP. Hold to continue praying and delay activation. Blessings once fell like tears from the Erdtree, and this incantation is but a lingering remnant of their power. So, Ancient Erdtree Blessing. Big heal. Show Celestial Dew.
Do you possess any celestial dew? Then I would like to share my knowledge with you concerning the miracle of this Church of Vows. Radagon once cleansed himself with celestial dew, repented his territorial aggressions, and swore his love to Renala. The Order of the Erdtree and the fate of the moon were conjoined, and all the wounds of war forgiven. This miracle blesses the Church to this day, and so you need only follow Radagon's example to restore any bond, however strained or severed, to its rightful state of harmony.
So, one sec. Let's take a peek at Celestial Dew one more time. So the reason behind the fact that this works, in our game logic, this is just as a way to, did you accidentally attack someone and anger them, and now they're aggressive towards you, but you didn't finish their quest, or you wanted to keep them around? Then go here, use this item, and fix it. But in universe lore, the reason that this works is because it's calling upon the power of the stars, which, according to in-universe lore, guide the fates of people, and then you're changing the fate that you currently have where you are under an aggression with another person in order to, well, undo that. You're literally basically changing the state of the world, the state of the universe even. And Turtle Pope here has told us that Radagon, at one point in time, led an aggressive move upon the lands of Liurnia, but was fought to a standstill by Renala's armies, and then used the Celestial Dew to atone for those sins of aggression, and ask for Renala's hand in marriage while swearing undying love to her. And that is how we got to the situation where both the Academy of Rhea Lucaria and the Erdtree joined forces into one, which seems like a pretty good deal for both of them. If the Golden Order was already expanding its territory at a rapid pace, and the Academy of Rhea Lucaria doesn't want to constantly be under attack, so bada bing, bada boom. That is just a good handshake on both sides. They're both happy about that. Does it revive killed NPCs? No.
Is there something else?
Talk.
My faith does not waver. The miracle rooted in these grounds will once again mend the world. And this time, its bounty will not be squandered. If you would be Elden Lord, tarnished, I hope that you too will share my faith.
Tell me about the miracle.
To experience the miracle, kneel in the basin at the back and cleanse yourself with celestial dew. Absolution will be yours. Any bond, no matter how strained or even severed, will be put to rights.
Tell me about Radagon.
You wish to know more of Lord Radagon. Lord Radagon was a great champion, possessed of flowing red locks. He came to these lands at the head of a great golden host. When he met Lady Renala in battle, he soon repented his territorial aggressions there, and became husband to the Carian queen. However, when Godfrey, first Elden Lord, was hounded from the lands between, Radagon left Renala to return to the Erdtree capital, becoming Queen Marika's second husband and king consort, taking the title of Second Elden Lord. The mystery endures to this day as to why Lord Radagon would cast Lady Renala aside, and moreover, why a mere champion would be chosen for the seat of Elden Lord.
Yes, that is quite the mystery, eh? Radagon already did what was essentially a political marriage. Although, if he did actually mean it when he swore his love to Renala, then why would he leave her in order to go be the second Elden Lord? How about Renala
You wish to
info?
know more of Lady Renala. She is queen, head of the Carian royal family, and governor of the Academy of Rea Lucaria, the great and beautiful full moon witch. Sadly, her heart was broken when Lord Radagon left her, and then, when the Academy rebelled against the royals, she was locked away in the Grand Library.
So yes, Renala actually really liked Radagon, became heartbroken when he left her, and because she was weakened due to this, the Academy elite decided to rebel against the Carian royal family at that time. Thanks, Turtle Pope. Oh, wait, hold on. Before we leave, let me give you a present. Have a Dragon Cult prayer book.
Oh, what have we here? Very well, let us both learn together. Heresy is not native to the world. It is but a contrivance. All things can be conjoined.
So I want to point this out in how very different the Turtle Pope's response is to getting one of these from Corwin when we gave him a heretical tome. Corwin called it a heresy, said we shouldn't be doing this, but said he'll do it all the same. Meanwhile, Turtle Pope here is like, heresy isn't really a major thing. It's just, you know, people like to throw the word around. Let's learn more about the miracles of the world. And thus we gave him the ability to teach us Lightning Spear, Honed Bolt, and Electrify Armament. One of the incantations of the capital's ancient dragon cult, Lightning Spear, summons a lightning spear and hurls it before the caster. Charging causes it to strike the point of impact. Long ago, Godwyn the Golden defeated the ancient dragon Fortisax and befriended his fallen foe, an event that gave rise to the ancient dragon cult in the capital. Honed Bolt, summon a lightning bolt to strike foes from above. And then Electrify Armament, enchant your armament with lightning affinity attacks. And these all scale with faith. That does give us a little bit of info. Godwyn was apparently an accomplished warrior and had defeated a fearsome ancient dragon, but rather than slaughtering him, decided, hey man, why don't we be friends? Apparently that worked. Let me set it to night real quick. There is something I would like to point out if we have the ability. Maybe not in Liurnia. Maybe I should go to Limgrave might make it a little easier. Shit, it's still raining. Stop raining. Maybe if I pass time a couple times, then the rain will go away. Probably not. There we go. Okay, perfect. We just had to chill for a couple days. Damn it. It's still cloudy. That's unfortunate. So, unfortunately, what I wanted to show is not visible at the moment. We'll have to do it at another time. We'll talk about it at another time. Off to Raya Lucaria. We've also got this direction that we can head a little bit. But if I recall, there's not much here other than this golden seed. Which is nice to grab. Golden seed. Don't feel too bad about getting. Because that should be too far of a drop. This does give us another angle of the Academy of Raya Lucaria, and you can see that it is on an interesting environment. The way it has this kind of spiraled land, which I'm assuming what might have happened is maybe they dug up under here to build the Academy and then housed the top of the Academy on the top here. Not sure if that would be a naturally spirally land. But either way, let's just do that. Get there. Either way, the Academy is now before us. It's time to go play Harry Potter and slaughter all the children. Well, wait, isn't there... Where's the thing I'm looking for? Is it down below? It could be. There is one thing I have to do before I go there. I thought it was up here. Up here it is. Found it. It didn't look like it spawned before. We will be summoned to assist Yura, the Hunter of Bloody Fingers. Hi, Andy. We gotta help the defeat of Bloody Finger Ravenmount Assassin. Let's help Yura out. We heard about the Ravenmount Assassins when we got the jump attack trinket. And true to true to that, he does like doing jump attacks when he gets the opportunity to. I'm better, though. My jump attacks are better, sir. Oh, are you out of heals? Nice job, Yura. Well done. We got the Ash of War, Raptor of the Mists. Duck into a low stance, momentarily vanishing. If an enemy attack connects, avian wings will allow for a quick escape into the air. Grants an armament keen affinity. Hey, bud, you okay?
Oh, it's you. Thanks for your help there. That bloody finger was a thorn in my side. And now I'm finally rid of him. Here's a token of thanks. Please, take it.
I will.
I may not have much time. I'm dying to see you. Eleonora. Violet Bloodyfinger.
Eleonora, you say?
Yes, I've been tracking Eleonora for quite some time. She is the deadliest of all Bloodyfingers. She's felled many an old hand already, but in spite of her cessblood zealotry, Eleonora is a proud knight. If she comes for you, do not think twice. You must flee. There is no shame in self-preservation. Be on your way. Perhaps we will meet again, if fate permits. Be on your way. Perhaps we will meet again.
Well, we do know that, we'll be meeting him at least one more time for this Eleonora lady.